Synod of the Diocese of Huron to order. The Diocese of Huron is situated on the ancestral beaver hunting grounds of the Algonquin, Haudenosaunee, and Ottawandaran peoples, traditional and unceded lands of the Anishinaabe peoples, Walpole Island, Kettle Point, and the settled people Haudenosaunee Confederacy at the Grand River and at the Thames, and the Lenni Lenape Delaware peoples of Moraviantown and Muncie. I have in front of me the gifts given last evening of the sacred medicine, sage, tobacco, cedar, and sweetgrass in our midst here at the table in front of me with thanks. I'd also like to give thanks for the refreshments and food that we enjoyed this morning, courtesy of Canterbury College in Windsor. Thank you very much for that. I hope you're able to get a thing or two. And to Reverend Joanne Todd and the Reverend B.J. Dunbar for leading us in worship to begin in St. Aidan's Chapel, Reconciliation Chapel this morning at the Cathedral. Here we are at St. Paul's Cathedral for our Synod. It is not the first time we've held a Synod in St. Paul's Cathedral. We've had plenty of electoral synods, and I'm sure in the days gone by there were gatherings here like this, but it has been quite some time since we've gathered here at St. Paul's, so it's good. One brief word about it is that just to remember that this is a test run. A test run for all kinds of events that will happen here, including our own diocesan events. And we're going to learn some things along the way about what works and what doesn't work. So keep in mind that there is the opportunity to give feedback at the end of Synod around how the meeting went. We were very fortunate for years to be at the London Convention Centre, RBC Place, which is a fantastic facility for meetings. But so is this, and different in its own way. Certainly, I have a wonderful view of people every Synod, but I also have a wonderful view of the stories of Christ, the work of God in the church, and the windows and the other symbols in this sacred place. So we're very glad to be here. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for your service as a delegate to Synod here in Huron. I'd like to welcome some new members to Synod. The Reverend Allison Aegis, Reverend Tiana Goken, Reverend Gerard Phillips, Reverend Janet Turnus, all recently ordained and about to be ordained again in November. Add them in our prayers. And now to our Diocesan Chancellor, Canon James Ferguson, privileges of the House.
Thank you, Bishop. So the following have been granted privileges of the House. Kathleen Aiken, postulant. Rachel Eva Bernadez, the Good Shepherd Worshiping Community. Reverend Dr. Jennifer Boyce Carvin, Principal, Canterbury College. Christopher Clark, St. John's, Port Rowan. Libby Clifford, Education for Ministry. Cynthia Connell, Canterbury College. Jacqueline Davison, Director of Finance of the Diocese of Huron. The Reverend Stephanie Donaldson, St. James, Stratford. The Reverend Jean Doyle, Church of the Transfiguration. Reverend E.J. Dunbar, Church of the Epiphany, Woodstock. Reverend Larry Edwards, Trinity, Port Burwell. Reverend Mary Farmer, Regional Ministry of Rodine Shores, Tara and Chatsworth. Reverend Barry Ferguson, Priest Assistant to the Archdeacon of Northern Huron. Donna Isaac Day, St. John the Baptist, Walpole Island. Brent Krissa, postulant. The Reverend Hubstein Lizardo III, the Good Shepherd Worshiping Community. Rebecca Lemon, St. James, Stratford. Christopher Levitt, postulant. Reverend Canon Dr. Lauren Mitchell, St. George's, New Hamburg. Des Macario, archivist. Annette Procurier, postulant. Jordan Sandrock, postulant. Zach Shields, Synod Youth Animator. Dr. Danielle Smith, Huron University College. William Toby, St. Paul's, Southampton. Jane Townshend, Huron Refugee Committee. And the Reverend Paul Woolley, Christchurch Forest.
Thank you, Chancellor. And we'll now go over to our Synod secretaries for announcements.
Okay. Wi-Fi information is hiding from all of us, but no, it's on the back of your tag. So just turn that over, and you will have what you need. Parish nurses, you'll see, are over there. They're here from across the diocese, here to share their ministry, and are available if medical assistance is needed. They are available to share their ministry at the table, just by the delegates are welcome to sit wherever you wish for this meeting. The Titans, basketball Titans, place your bid for the opportunity to redeem 2 courtside tickets to a regular season home game in their 25-26 AW Titan schedule. A bidding will close at 3 p.m. and an announcement will be made for the winner before the end of the Synod meeting. Also, there's a raffle today for a chance to win 4 courtside tickets to a regular season home game in their 25-26 KW Titan schedule. Tickets can be purchased at the College of Deacons table, Cronin Hall, 5 tickets for $10. Winning ticket will be drawn during the College of Deacons announcement this afternoon, and all proceeds from the silent auction and raffle will go towards the College of Deacons Synod project. There are 2 water coolers just over there. If you have a cup that you would like to fill, you don't need to go out to the hall. You can get your right there, so please avail yourself of that. The Anglican Fellowship of Prayer Huron has a table in the hall, and they would be very pleased if you have a prayer request that you take it and put it there's a prayer board being created there. So I invite you to do that at any point or over your break. They would welcome your prayer requests. And if you're looking for the deacons and their table, they are, of course, in the Great Hall and willing to receive anything you brought for them today. I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Val. As we gather, we remember the faithful departed, especially those who have served as delegates to Synod in the Diocese of Huron. And the longer we're around, the more we recognize these names, and these people were big parts of our lives, and we miss them greatly. So we're going to just take a moment to remember those who departed us since the last Synod, October 2024. The Reverend Erwin Oliver, the Reverend Rob Dare, Reverend Canon John Birch, the Right Reverend Robert Bennett, Reverend James Miller, Reverend Canon James Stevenson, Reverend Canon Lynn Calhoun, Venerable Dr. Ronald Matthewman, Reverend Sylvia Brightwell, Venerable John Spencer, Reverend Blair Dixon, and clergy spouses, Barb Hain, Dorothy Griffin, Marion Broadfoot, Mr. Robert Calhoun, Mr. Gordon Mauk, and lay members of Synod, Mr. Joe Wooden, Ms. Frances Murray, Elizabeth Fowler, Mr. Greg Grondin, Mr. Rick Vandertuen, and all others that we remember with thanksgiving. We now have a video that will remember some of the communities where churches and buildings have been closed. You. Those are difficult moments, to be sure, and there's a lot of grief involved in losing a home church. But when gathered with people in these situations, the stories and the appreciation for what God has done in those places is alive and well in people's memory, and it's their lives are formed by those communities. So while it's a loss, it's also a celebration of what has happened there, and some of those properties have been repurposed in some wonderful ways. So I thank the people who've been involved over those years. Another thing I'd like to say, just before we have some opening prayers, is I want to acknowledge the work of the diocesan BAC, the Brotherhood of Anglican Churchmen. The diocesan organization has ceased its operations over this past year. Many parish or regional chapters continue their work and are quite alive and well, and I would encourage any places that would like to have a group of men who gather to organize ministry to speak to me or to people like Francis Richardson from Meaford and the Saugines and others who have been highly active. But as a diocesan organization, they wound up their operations. So we give thanks to them. And I just wanted to highlight some of the mission that they had for themselves over these years. That the aims and objectives were for men of the diocese to give leadership in witness, in unity, in growth, in leadership, especially encouraging youth of the church to play a full part in their life, and to extend, to grow. And for many years, the Diocesan BAC organized a lot of support and help for the Huron Church Camp, and continues to have bursary support, financial support for people who are in theological education, and many countless other ways that organization in a diocesan way did its work. So we give thanks to God for all of the people who are involved in that. And there's Francis there. Thank you. Please pass along to others our thanks. And again, chapters of the BAC and ACW are coming alive in different ways across our diocese, and I'll be interested to see how we can coordinate and support that. I'd like to invite Canon Dr. Lisa Wong to come, developer of our catechumenal ministries, to lead us in some opening prayer. Thank you, Lisa.
Good morning. I invite you to join me in a prayer. That's better. That is over 1,000 years old. The office of terce, the prayer for mid-morning in the Benedictine tradition. As we know, the daily office is the prayer of Christ in his body, the church. Let us now, together with all creation, join in this eternal canticle of praise as we lift our hearts to the Lord and ask the Spirit's guidance for this synod. Would the congregation please say the parts in bold? O God, come to my assistance. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. We'll sing together the hymn Nunc Sancte Nobis Spiritus. I call to the Lord, and he answers me. To the Lord in the hour of my distress. O Lord, save my soul from lying lips. What shall he pay you in return? The warrior's arrows sharpen. Alas, that I abide a stranger in Meshach. Long enough have I been dwelling. I am for peace, but when I speak, I lift up my eyes to the mountains. My help shall come from the Lord. May he never allow you to stumble. No, he sleeps not nor slumbers. The Lord is your guard and your shade. By day the sun shall not smite you. The Lord will guard you from evil. The Lord will guard your going and coming. I rejoiced when I heard them say, and now our feet are standing. Jerusalem is built as a city. It is there that the tribes go up. For Israel's law it is. There were set the thrones of judgment. For the peace of Jerusalem, pray. May peace reign in your walls. For love of my brethren and friends, for the love of the house of the Lord. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. I call to the Lord, and he answers me. Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for you are my praise. Hide not your face, you have been my help. Lord, have mercy on us. Lord, have mercy on us. Our Father, the Lord be with you. Let us pray. O Lord, we pray you, keep your household in continual godliness, that through your protection it may be free from adversity and devoutly given to all good works. The glory of your name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Let us bless the Lord. May the souls of the faithful, through the mercy of God, rest in peace.
Thank you, Lisa. We're at item 8 on the agenda, which is apologies for absence. These folks are unable to be with us and have been excused for various good reasons. The Right Reverend Barry Clark, Mr. James Caskey, the Reverend Dr. Barry Craig, Reverend Glenda Fisher, the Reverend Canon Byron Gilmore, Reverend Hilton Gomes, Reverend Vickers Hodge, the Reverend Victoria Mauk, Reverend Pat Nunn, Reverend Maya Malay Ozazaki, Reverend Claire Stewart, Reverend John Thompson. And the parishes without a lay delegate attending are St. John's in the Woods, Aughrim, Trinity Blenheim, St. James Brantford, Church of the Redeemer, Colchester North, Christ Church Lions Head, St. Paul's Palmerston, Christ Church Port Stanley, St. Peter's Tyrconnell, Christ Church Tara, St. George's on the Wye, Thorndale, Canon Davis Memorial, Sarnia. Before we have, I think Jim has the information he needs to declare quorum. I just want to have a note of celebration. We have some birthdays today. Today is October 25th, and a youth delegate from up Exeter Way, Liam Casey's, has 21st birthday. Where's Liam? Liam, happy birthday. Liam's 21. 3 other people, at least, that I know of have a birthday today too, and I won't list their names. I will list their names, but not their ages, because I don't know their ages. Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs has a birthday today. I think all of you know Archbishop Linda Nichols as well, who has a birthday today. And my mom. Any other birthdays today or anniversaries? We'll celebrate you no matter when your birthday is. But to those people, today's a special day. And I really appreciate, that Tanya suggested that we hold this meeting on her birthday so that she could be with all of her best friends here in the cathedral. To our Chancellor now for quorum question.
Thank you, Bishop. Upon the advice of the Honorary Lay Secretary, Mr. Scott Saunders, I declare that a quorum is present and the Synod is duly constituted. The following are the numbers of the clerical and lay representatives as registered at the Synod at this time. Clerical representatives, we have 85, and lay, we have 137.
Thank you. Quorum is met. Item 11 is, we go into a series of motions now that might be categorized as housekeeping, but they're important matters. And we'll begin with item 11, which is the election of honorary secretaries of Synod.
So this is moved by me and seconded by the Venerable Tanya Phibbs, Secretary-Treasurer. Be resolved that the Reverend Canon Dr. Valerie Kenyon and Mr. Scott Saunders be appointed the honorary secretaries of Synod for the year 2025-2026.
All in favor, raise your hand if able. Anyone opposed? That's carried. You can't be opposed to that or you get the job. Thank you very much to Scott and Val for the year-round leadership that you give to this, but especially on a day like today. Thank you for all the hard work. Over to you now for item 12, which is a motion around the rules of order.
Yes, the Rules of Order, Motion 2. You can find that in your convening circular, which is Section 3, that you've hopefully had a chance to review. So it is moved by myself and seconded by Scott Sanders, the Honorary Lay Secretary. Be it resolved that the Rules of Order, as recommended by the Organizational Committee of Synod, be adopted for the 186th Synod of the Diocese of Huron.
Synod of the Diocese of Huron approve the motions as listed in the common consent list. specifically motions 2025-18604 to 2025-186-09, but not including motion number 6. And that is moved by myself and seconded by Val Kenyon.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Thank you. Forgot to point out that there are microphones here for those who would like to speak to anything in the Synod. They may be a little hard to get to, so if you're heading to a microphone to speak, give a wave or whatever, and others can help me see if there's someone who would like to speak. But this is the motion for common consent list. All in favor? Any opposed? Abstaining? That's carried. Thank you. So that leads us to an opportunity to stand and sing. I'd like to acknowledge Lawrence Williams, who is the Cathedral's just a small announcement before beginning the charge to Synod. I'm glad to see some of you remembered to bring sunglasses for the meeting this morning. That wasn't the announcement. There's a stack of printed motions here that Scott and Valerie have. In case when we get into motions you don't have them printed in front of you, or you're finding it hard to see the screen. The way the lighting is in here, again, we're experimenting with things, and you may have difficulty seeing that. So there's a break this is going to be the charge to Synod, and right after that there's going to be a break where you can come and get one of these so that you have that printed in front of you so that you can see those motions a little bit better. Stewards of the gift. Last year in this moment, I gave you what could be summarized as a 4-word charge. Stay close to Jesus. We were speaking about turning to grace, and it seemed to capture the moment and the guidance that seemed best for all of us, to stay close to Jesus in all that we do. This is based on that understanding that the risen Christ, Jesus, is present and active and moving in our midst and in the world around us. And as we recognize that movement, we go with the flow of grace wherever we find it. So we need to stay close to it, stay attuned to it, and doing so makes for a wonderful, meaningful life, being part of a community of disciples that has their eyes of faith open for the movement of God. So thanks be to God for this life that we share in the church. Keeping with patterns I've used in previous synods, I don't want to make this a long and detailed update on all that we are doing, but that information is available in all the reports that you have available to you, and in other ways, some of the great communication that comes through our newspaper and so on, and some improved ways of communicating the governance news as it comes out that we appreciate, that Tricia and others have been able to provide. So that's available. But rather, I'd rather have a look at these three key resource areas for our life together and speak a bit about the focus for the next year after doing that. So the three key resource areas that we've been talking about have been people, property, and planning. People. Every baptized person has a vocation, and it comes to us through baptism with gifts, with spiritual gifts and other kinds of gifts, and together the church is equipped for its mission. The ministry of all the baptized continues to be the most important resource to be developed and to be celebrated in the church. And this synod has a focus on stewardship, because that is the response of the disciple. Stewardship is the response of a disciple to the flow of gifts that God gives and continues to give to us through our lifetime, making us stewards of God's grace. And we rightly, and I think effectively, been having a focus on being a more learning church, being a more just church, being a more diverse church, but we don't want to forget that underneath it all, as the foundation of it all, is the reality that our whole life revolves around this one crucial thing: our response to the gift of God and our stewardship of that gift. This is a massive time of change. No one needs to be told. And sometimes it seems like the very big changes that are happening, which can be alarming and upsetting and angering, but also can be nourishing and life-giving and exciting, that all this change sometimes seems to be happening in slow motion. It does take years to see the realities and come to know the contours of the new terrain that we enter. And I'm not just talking about the church, I'm talking about huge swaths of human society and indeed the whole earth. But it seems sometimes to be happening in slow motion, and that's not unusual. However, compared to the areas of stability in Christian history, compared to the times of stability, things are changing remarkably quickly. We live in much different worlds than even our grandparents did. So some things are very, very different now than they were even 50, 60, 70 years ago. And yet also, some things are the same. Not everything is changing. The gift from God is still the same. God is still the same. The gift is new every morning, and it comes from the same source, and it has the same end: God, the Holy Trinity. So with these same gifts still being poured out, extravagantly given by God, we continually seek to be good stewards of the moment and of our own human resources in particular at this time. We say, often weekly we say, glory to God from generation to generation, knowing that that's how the Christian life is traditioned, is passed on, and yet we also recognize that things change from generation to generation. In this generation, we are celebrating elders and listening to them. And at the same time, we're combining this with the work of renewing leadership and recognizing and calling out new gifts for service and new responsibilities within our network of churches that is Huron. Last evening here, we celebrated 2 women who are Indigenous elders and faithful servants of Jesus. We commissioned 4 territorial archdeacons who will share episcopae, oversight and support with me as your bishop. And these 6 people, as I said last night, are signs to us of the goodness of God, each unique in their own giftings, as we all are, each giving themselves for the common good. And I'm very grateful to them and to all of you for the ways in which you use your gifts in the life of the church and discover new gifts as they come to you. This diocese consists of about 140 active parish communities, some of which have several locations and congregations. There's no diocese in Canada that has a higher bishop to congregation ratio, 140 to 1. Some think that's great, some because you don't see your bishop as often. Some think that's terrible because you don't see your bishop as often. I don't know what to think. I think it's great because we have so many good people and places that God has given into this community, this larger community. The next highest diocese in terms of bishop to congregation ratio in Canada would be about 100 to 1, and an average or mid-sized one would be 30 or 40 to 1. I speak to some bishops who get around to each church in their diocese 2 or 3 times a year. So how would you like to have to deal with that? But that kind of ratio changes how you go about things. For us, the challenge and sometimes is to be good stewards of so many good things. So without some of the ways that we've evolved leadership over the last while, including these new territorial archdeacons, a project that was renewed recently to carry on for a number of years, without them, the work that I do would be impossible or ineffective. It would be poor stewardship. Yet with them, and with all the other regional and parish leaders, and nourished by the constant outpouring of the Holy Spirit, this network of churches continues to thrive, continues to grow. We thrive and grow as we follow the flow of grace, and in this time, it requires some courage and some vision and hard work. Some of the work we do is repair, it is mending, it is healing. Some of the work we do is cultivating, nourishing, guiding. Some of it is correcting, or resetting, or reorganizing. But most of it is really just finding those connections, those human connections across individuals, across communities, across places, and finding them to be connections in Christ. So I am deeply honored to have this ministry and to be doing it with all of you. I found a word recently that I would like to learn more about. And there may be some people in the room who could teach me, but I found the word fairly recently, so I'll have to talk to you about it afterwards. It's a Anishinaabe word. And it may be a good word to describe the work that we do together at this time. And I don't think we have anything in the English language that does the same thing. So I hope that we can share this word for a while. The root of the word is, and I have no idea how to pronounce these things, so that's where I'm going to need some help too. So I'm just going to sound it out. The root word is anika, and anika refers to the act of binding or joining. And root words always go with other word meanings to create another richer word usually. So the word that I have found is anaku bijagan. Anaku bijagan. Here's our Ojibwe speakers here. Help me out with that later. This word is the word for grandparent. It also is the word for grandchild. Sorry, I got that wrong. It's actually great-grandparent, great-grandchild. So the same word is used to describe the person 3 generations before you and the person 3 generations after you, whether it's your own kin or not. It connects 7 generations, including you. So with this word in mind, we begin to see threads that connect us 3 generations before and 3 generations after, binding us all together. Then when we look around at the people who are sharing this time with us, knowing that we are bound together in Christ, we see that we're part of a very strong web of people and mutual relationships, life-giving connections that extend out past and future and across this time and place. It also is a word that reminds us that we can be thinking backward and forward at the same time. We have a very linear view of time, a creature of God itself. But to be able to hold all of these things together, I think is important as we discern in our own ways, spiritually, the life we have together. I think seeing these connections in this way is one of the ways in which God holds the world together. And we know the world needs to be held together by God. It's one of the ways that God makes us kin. So our work is primarily about joining and connecting and finding kinship with all other human beings and with all of creation. So that's people. That's a bigger way of thinking about what we do, but it's good to do that sometimes, to step back and look at a fairly universal, not constrained by the moment way of seeing things and how to see each other. Second key area of resource for us is land and property. These are gifts to us too. They're resources that we receive as an inheritance, and we are stewards of them in this moment. Land and property are contested resources in some cases. It's not always clear that these resources came into our hands without having been taken from others, generations ago often. It's not always clear that, if not for the church's massive social influence in years gone by, some of these lands and properties would come into our possession. So it's very important that we steward these resources in the most truthful, generous, and healing ways that we can. And in many, many cases, Anglican Hurons are very faithful in the response to this challenge. We, of course, cherish our homes. We are good stewards of them. But we don't cling to them when the time is right to let go and pass them along. And as a diocese, we continue to take seriously the stewardship challenge and the opportunity of inherited land and property, and we'll have to continue that and get more expertise and help and energy into it. We have been doing this over the past number of years with the help of various resources and consultants, and just the work of our churches. We've developed several major projects, and we've initiated several more, and we'll continue to do that. We see some church lands being redeveloped and reused for housing, for community hubs, for places where the arts can be developed and performed, and many other ways to serve those in need, which is still our primary mission. The space we're in right now, for example, is a good example. Spaces are being reimagined, hopefully without losing the ways in which they are used by us. But it is a sharing, an opening, a hospitality act in many ways. But it also creates partnerships in community that are very invigorating, not only to us in the church, but to the people around us. I don't need to look far in my own calendar to see some other examples of these changing ways of using land and property. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be joining the people of Florence and others in Kent and others from various places, I'm sure, to deconsecrate the old church building in Florence, a place where my own family lived for a period of time before I was born. But that community has, in their own words, given up their beautiful, historic, neo-Gothic, ruinously expensive church building in order to be a church that is the people. They still have a beautiful hall across the road where they worship and do significant outreach. So the loss doesn't feel as great, and it was a long time coming. And they meet in other places, homes in other places where they work to grow spiritually. And this is a small community that is learning. They're looking outside of themselves, and they are open to change. And they're a model for a new way to look at rural ministry. The Sunday after that, I'll be joining the people of St. James, Ingersoll, for a consecration. For more than 190 years, the people of St. James have been the Anglican presence in Ingersoll, witnessing to the goodness of God in Christ. And long before the pandemic, they moved on from their very large stone church in order to consolidate resources, and they have been gathering since then in temporary rented space. They have now purchased and renovated a large downtown storefront, a former grocery store, into their new home. And while supported through this time by very, very faithful clergy, this has been led by a remarkable group of lay people who know that their life together is crucial for the town of Ingersoll. We can't lose these ministries, and it takes courage and patience and effort to do this. Of course, that's not the first consecration that I will be honored to lead. It was December 2023 at All Saints in Waterloo, a large urban environment where that community had the vision to redevelop their own property and incorporate a sidewalk center, is called now, does this. And they will rebuild their sites with a new structure in which the church will operate as well as providing some much needed housing in a joint venture. Further west in Sarnia, several of the Sarnia churches are consolidating their gifts in a new way. They've come through a year of discernment and a year of worshiping together in different places and discussing things together. And some of the churches have chosen to repurpose their sites, 2 of those churches. One is already set up to be affordable housing and to come together in a downtown church site. And we're on the verge of choosing a new name together for that parish in Sarnia. I could go on. You know the stories. You're living them. Our diocese is marshaling the gifts and resources that we have in strategic ways when we can to be creative for the love of God to flourish. and its area is the area of planning. We have to plan. Sometimes our plans don't work out, and that's fine. But it's a way of organizing and focusing our mission. And over the last year, we have been in the first year after launching the diocesan plan, Turning to Grace, which was developed from the wisdom and love of this diocese. It is not a strategic plan in the strict sense. We still need to work on strategy. We're going to need to keep working on strategy. What it is a shift in our culture, in our ways of thinking and being and acting, in our language. It's a shift in our focus that help us to pick some things to focus on and not everything. And I'm very gratified to see the creative ways in which the vision and language of that plan has come alive in your communities, each in its own unique way, which is really important. And there will be some presentations this afternoon that give some glimpses of the ways this is happening. So I won't say too much about that now, except to say that it's ongoing, it seems to be generating good stuff, and we'll keep assessing and supporting it as much as possible. So finally, what will be the charge for you to go home with this year? Just to recap, because I like to recap, here are the short form summaries of the charge from the last 6 years. So in 2022, do you remember 2022? We all remember 2022 because that's when the pandemic started. But there's other things that happened too. For 2022, the focus was remember who we are and what we do. 2021, live in community by yielding to the life of the Spirit. 2022, that was 2021. 2022, expect to meet the risen Jesus along the way. 2023, be ready to sing the Lord's song in a strange new land. 2024, continually turn to the God of grace. And this year, cultivate a life of faithful stewardship and generosity. This year's charge is to focus on stewardship and to do this by focusing first on the gift. Stewards of the gift. I'm encouraging you to make the next 12 months a cultivation of the life of stewardship and generosity in community with a focus on God. So many great resources out there to support you and guide you in this. And this is one small piece of it is fundraising. But it's a small piece of it. Life of stewardship, the life of stewardship and generosity in community is actually at the core of who we are and what we do and all the things we've been focusing on for the last number of years. It undergirds it. It gives it life and joy. Some congregations in our diocese are doing this work quite well, and we will be wanting to learn from them. Some of the congregations are in a lull when it comes to stewardship. It's lost its place at the center of who we are and what we do. And other congregations have never really tried it in a comprehensive way. So I am here to help all of you and to keep showing up in every way I can to ask you about how it's going. Mainly because I believe it'll give you life and joy, and it will to the people around you. Just to get us started, here are some key thoughts adapted from the opening of a book, Generosity, Stewardship, and Abundance. Sustaining our faith institutions is critically important work, but it is not an end in itself. God's purpose in calling us to lives of faithful stewardship and generosity isn't merely to sustain the church. In fact, it's the other way around. We sustain the church so that lives of faith and generosity may be made possible. We sustain the church so that lives of faith and generosity can be made possible. The continued existence of the church is very important. It's essential, not just to us, but I believe to all. And it's so that a powerful and transformative gift can continually be given. The gift is how to live a human life in relation to one another, to other creatures, to possessions, and most importantly, to God. We want to be responsible, joyful stewards of God's generosity in every way. We are the people God will use to counter the greed and scarcity in the world. We are the people that God will use to transform and reconcile peoples and communities, and to live and share in the abundant life that God intends for all people and all creation. We are stewards of this promise of Jesus, and that's serious business. It's life and death and resurrection business. So in an era, we're all caught up in this ourselves. In an era of rampant consumerism, unbridled, unapologetic greed, and increasing income inequality outside our doors and across the globe, God's gift of the message regarding generosity and abundance is unique and beautiful, and it's an opportunity for us. And we meet this opportunity well when the goodness of God wells up within us and overflows to the benefit of the whole community and to the world. It's a powerful word. So in short, we don't encourage generosity and stewardship in order to sustain the church. We sustain the church so that we can live generosity and stewardship for the sake of the world that God loves so much. It is an urgent and compelling and exciting call. And we'll have more to say about this today and in a couple more presentations, but a lot more to say about it in the year to come. So now time for a break. Thanks be to God. And thanks be to Renison University College for the refreshments in this break. We'll come back. What time do we come back? We come back 20 minutes from now. 20 minutes from now, which is 10:25. to our sponsors. One of the most consistently appreciated parts of Synod has been what we call faith witnesses, where one of our members comes and speaks about their faith and how that has been part of their lives. And we have two this year, the first of which is Pam Fulton, recipient of the Order of Huron last night from St. John the Baptist, Walpole Island.
I want everyone to know I do feel extremely honored, and it was such a surprise. I don't know if it's totally sunk in yet. Hey, Bonjour. I would like to share some thoughts with you. I was a very young child when my mother and father started to teach me about the Creator. No matter how far back I remember, I always knew the Creator was with me. My mom's family has been Anglicans for generations, and we're always active in the church. Like most churches, when I was young, a lot of people of all ages attended. This is where I learned so much about life and people. My dad taught Sunday school when he was available, mostly in the winter because the ice wasn't safe to walk across to go to the States for work. He worked 7 days a week. I enjoyed being in church because hearing the different sounds like kids' whispers, a few louder than others, a baby's cry, a strong voice. In the choir, some voices blending so beautifully, and some standing out with their own style. Great sounds. I was learning about just life experiences. One man who was in our choir had epilepsy, and when he would have a seizure, he would lay down beside his seat for a while. Then when he felt better, he would get up into his seat and start singing. My parents explained to me what he just experienced, and I understood. Sometimes I would see him in the community having an episode, and I knew he would be fine. He had his own home, a garden, and pigs. I always enjoyed seeing him tending to them. I knew he was a strong man, and he just kept going and doing the things he loved. I always enjoyed seeing what everyone did in their lives, taking care of their children, the land, and nature. My mom was a Potawatomi, and my dad was the Potawatomi. My mom was a Chippewa, and both are tribes of the Ojibwe Nation. They taught me about culture and spirituality. My parents didn't teach me as culture. They called that just plain living. We started hearing of the 7 grandfathers' teachings and listed. We know this is how they taught us to live. They were instilled in us as life teachings: humility, bravery, honesty, wisdom, truth, respect, and love is a part of my spirituality and how I live my life. While in the hospital, I finished reading my children's Bible when I was very young. I learned and felt like I didn't have to fear things that can hurt you. I had comfort. It's the way our parents taught us about Creator and creation, that we get through life with Creator's help and guidance. Our parish hall was a large separate building where the whole community took part in church activities, band council events, and family get-togethers and special social. Our church men, women, and children all took part in some planning, volunteering, and as helpers to do whatever needed to be done. The hall was the center of the community and brought the community together. This is how I know being part of the church and in my community is what I enjoy the best. If Christians lived the way Jesus taught us, and the Anishinaabe lived in their teachings, there wouldn't be any conflict because the teachings are the same. Love each other, love everybody, take care of all creation, because all of these things are the same. The work I do, the events that I help with, the people I meet, fills my spirit and my heart. I always like to promote truth and reconciliation for all people. We need to get along, walk together, and to build bridges that we never had. I love to do things always in a good way, Creator God's way. Truth and reconciliation is not about getting to know us. It's for us to know each other. I volunteer to make orange shirt pins. My hair's. These are made by volunteers of all ages, and I work with school-age kids, and they get the message that all children matter, no matter who they are in this world. I've been blessed all my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pam. We have now item 18, and the Reverend Diana Boland is at the microphone, and she's chair of the Administration Finance Committee, and Jacqueline Davison, our Director of Finance, is also joining. So thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you, Bishop. This year for the Admin and Finance Committee was overall a very positive year. We made significant inroads into getting our financial situation in order. And although there were a few issues that we uncovered, things are now on a much smoother path. And if you were here last year, it's a bit different from last year. The fine print of my report is in our resources, and I won't go into all that. I'm just going to give you the highlights. And because I did my report, they had to be in June, then obviously there are a few updates from June to now. That's 4 months ago. So just briefly, the subcommittees and chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee are noted in that report. There are basically 7 subcommittees and a task force that report to the Admin and Finance Committee, for those who are not familiar with the work of this committee. The Audit Subcommittee has not been active this year and is currently without a chair. And actually that was okay because we didn't have anything to look at anyway last year. So There's also a brief paragraph about what the A&F committee does, and I'll leave you to read that. It's basically an oversight and governance committee. We don't get into we look at the information, but we don't actually do anything. That's Jackie's purview over there. So the past year has seen a greater degree of stability in the finance department of the Church House, with Jackie Davidson continuing the role of Director of Finance. And bringing the financial statements up to date has remained a challenge, with significant delays experienced from our auditors, which again Jackie will go into after my report. As of June, when my report was written, we were still awaiting completion of the review engagement reports for the 2020 and 2021 financial statements. However, Jackie will update you on the good news about that. And just briefly about some of the subcommittees. The London Property Subcommittee role is to monitor and advise significant projects in the diocese. And they'd like you to know that they don't give or withhold permission to proceed. They're an advisory committee. The Grants and Loans Subcommittee recommends and supports projects from Huron Development Funds. Slide. Okay. So in the year 2024, which was the year that we were just passed, we had given, it goes from the A&F committee actually to the Diocesan Council, but we recommended 13 grants and 5 loans made in 2024, and they're from all over the diocese if you have a look at the places that we gave grants and loans to. So if you have any projects that need funding, please consider this fund. And it's not just for property, it's also for mission. So there are many criteria. If you have a look on the website, there are many criteria that you can apply for a grant for, and many have done that for mission projects. So please do apply to the Grants and Loans Committee for anything that you need funded. The Investment Committee has continued to closely monitor the returns from investment from the consolidated funds. And again this year, investment yields have been healthy. And that part of that is because the fund is so large that we're able to get really, really good rates. So again, if you've got funds that are privately invested for your parish, do consider putting them in the consolidated fund, because the returns are much better, and it's just a more stable way to hold your funds. The Insurance Subcommittee has worked closely with our insurer and broker on the insurance renewal process, and that process was more efficient in 2025. The invoices were out a bit late, but basically it was much better from the year before. And I understand that we're not going to expect any huge surprises with the insurance for 2026, which is good news. And the next slide. So the apportionment task force, you may recall that we created a task force to look at how we calculate the apportionment. And the task force has been reviewing the present formula for the past, actually, almost 2 years now. And the results have gone to the A&F committee and also to the Diocesan Council on the recommended proposals. So the update, I put in my report there will be an update. So this is the update. The key components of this process include an evaluation of the apportionment calculation, improving communications with parishes, which was a very important part, and people of the diocese regarding apportionments, and ensuring an accurate and transparent understanding of the need, purpose, and gospel-based motivation for this practice. So, as a preliminary, the recommendation was made to Diocesan Council to move to a revenue-based apportion model. Now, no recommendation is being made to the Synod in 2025 in order to complete further analysis on the impact of parishes. So we're taking individual parishes and looking at what difference it would make to go to a revenue-based model and seeing, whether there'd be wild swings in one way or the other. And obviously there'd be a problem if there were. So the information that we're going to be using to complete this analysis will be collected as part of the 2025 annual financial reporting from parishes. So we're going to wait until the year end until we get the information from 2025. And finally, I'd like to thank the members of the A&F committee and all the subcommittees for providing their time and expertise to the Diocese of Huron. And also, many thanks to diocesan staff Jackie Davison, Director of Finance, and also Mark Charlton for his work in assisting financial matters on the subcommittees and work on the subcommittees. And thanks also to Stephen McClatchy and Helen Booth for their work on the insurance. We do need more people on the subcommittees, particularly grants and loans and the audit committee. Right now, we don't have a chair for the audit committee, and I think there are only 2 of us left on the audit committee. So if you know anyone who likes looking at financial statements, or just, I do, but there may be other people apart from me who like to do that, and I'm sure Jackie does too. But so please let Tanya know if you'd like to help with that. And grants and loans as well, which is a really interesting committee because you're looking at like the different projects from different parishes. So again, please contact Tanya if you would like to help. We really need help on these, and it's volunteer time. We all know that we are all busy and whatnot, but we do need people to do that. So that's the end of my report, and now Jackie will take over for the rest.
Thank you, Diana. So I feel much more confident standing before you today than I did last year, and I'm really hoping that we've turned a corner, but I do want to taller than the average. Is that better? Okay, great. Margaret, can you put up the PowerPoint? Or do I have to start it? Perfect. Technology is wonderful when it works. Okay, so last year, I just want to, not everybody was here, so I just want to set where we started a few years ago. In 2019, I know that seems like a decade ago, but it wasn't that long, that we had a bit of a turnover, actually quite an extensive turnover of some very tenured staff at Church House. And then that was followed up by a very intense period where we weren't in the office, we were working remotely, and we got very far behind in our financials. So once you fall behind, it's very difficult to catch up, and I have to say we're very pleased that we have caught up in our financials. So our financial statements, our financial records last year were caught up. Everything was in the books, everything was great, except our auditor was not able to help us get everything audited at that time. So last year, you graciously approved that we would do a review engagement for the 2 years that we were looking at, 2020 and 2021. That has been completed, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we also are recommending in a few minutes that we change auditors as well. So KPMG has reviewed the 2020 and 2021 statements, and once they're signed, which will happen after the Synod, We will be posting those in their entirety on the website. That's not something we've done in the past, but we feel that the transparency as a registered charity is to have those statements posted, along with an email address if you want to ask specific questions regarding them. It's important to note, and this is technical for the people who like legalese, I'm sure that our Chancellor will be impressed, that the 2 years have had a review engagement. So when you read the opinion, it's almost a negative opinion. Nothing has come to their attention that would cause concern. That's not the same as an audit opinion, which is positive, which says there isn't anything of concern. And so I just wanted to highlight that, because what we're looking at is going back to the positive opinion. So these 2 years we view as a catch-up, and that's why we feel comfortable with this level of opinion. But we believe it's important to go back to the higher level of opinion going forward. So when you look at the statements, it is very complex, and I think we make things more complicated than they have to be. But I do want to make sure that we focus in on what we call the operating fund. So that doesn't include the endowments that we have that are very restrictive, that we can only use the interest on, etc. But we are focusing in on the operations of the diocese. So that means we're looking at the diocesan budget, the church camp, the Huron Church Camp, the Huron Church News, and the trust funds that are available for general purposes. So those are trust funds that we can determine what we would like to do with. So when we look at the 2020 and 2021, you'll see that we had very positive results, especially considering that these were challenging years. The apportionment was approximately $3 million for each year. We also continue to have other donations and income from a variety of sources. You'll notice the investment income for 2020 was fairly small, but in 2021, the investment income was much more robust, being $1 million. We sold some properties in both years, and Camp Huron contributed, had revenues of $200,000 in each year. When you take out the expenses, for 2020, we had a surplus of $200,000, and in 2021, we had a surplus of $1.2 million. Let's not get too excited about the $1.2 million, because as the markets go up and down, that's what really impacts this. So when you look at that investment income, that is also the increase in the price of stocks. So it doesn't always translate into money in the bank, but we do have to do market value as of the end of the year. Our assets, again, were fairly stable between 2020 and 2021. You'll notice that we have an increase in our current assets, and that includes receivables. So that means that the parishes were owing to the church house a little bit more than they had in the past, and that was totally understandable as people got behind in their payroll, remittances, etc. I'm glad to say that as of today, we're fairly on top of payroll remittances. I think there's only a couple people who are behind. You'll see the investments went up quite significantly, again in the market value. We have loans and mortgages. Some of the property sales that we did in 2017 to 2020, we actually hold the mortgage on those sales. So we sold the deconsecrated property, but we hold the mortgage because the new owners weren't able to get mortgages. A lot of times they're actually other churches, so we do hold some of those mortgages. And then you'll see our accounts payable. Don't get too excited about that high number. That also includes the funds we hold for refugees. So it's approximately over $2 million that we hold for refugees, which are included in the accounts payable number. We have a little bit of debt on a couple of, the church house was still paying off and some other debt. And then the retiring benefits, that is the funds set aside for the retiring gratuity for our clergy. So we have a motion today that is moved by the Reverend Diana Boland and seconded by the Venerable Tanya Phibbs to approve those statements, and I'll turn it over to somebody to make that motion.
Thank you very much, Diana and Jackie. The motion on the floor is motion 10. Oh, is it? It was before you a moment ago. Anyone need to speak to that beyond what's been said already? There we go. No? Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? That's carried. Abstention. And just, we're going to keep going, but I want to give thanks to all of the people who, if you've done this work, you know how much paper, how much stuff there is to go through to do this. So this is a remarkable achievement in difficult circumstances, and it's a wonderful point to get to. So thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you for that. So the next piece is we are excited about 2021, but we still have a few years to go. So in the June, I started asking KPMG as to if we could have time on their very busy schedule to get the next one done. And in September, they told us that we can only start giving attention in 2026. So that would mean that I could only give them the next year in July 2026. So it's very challenging for an auditor to resign, and it's very challenging for you to actually displace your auditor. But I basically said, you've effectively resigned, and they said yes. So we did a quick RFP. We invited 8 firms to put in a proposal to us. And we didn't go to the large multinational firms, but we went to local firms, firms that had 1 or 2 offices within the area. And we got actually some really positive results. We received 5 proposals. I had 3 interviews with 3 of those 5, which were lovely. And we ended up with a really good range of results. We did find, though, however, that there was quite a range in the cost of the bottom to the top. So some companies will almost double what we have decided to go with. And the firm that we're recommending today is a firm in St. Thomas, Ontario, called Graham Scott Enns. They have 7 They have 7 partners there, and have quite a depth in municipal and not-for-profit work. We believe that they have the capacity to do the work, and more importantly, they actually included in their proposal a timeline that said these are the dates that we're going to do the work. So that unfortunately means that my staff and I have to actually get the work to them, but that's a problem we can control better than the other way around. So the motion was actually removed from the consent motion because I thought it was important to give the opportunity for some conversation or discussion before we approve that.
So thanks. This is, as Jackie just said, was on the common consent list, but we wanted to highlight it as a way to speak about it and give the opportunity. It's moved by the Reverend Diana Boland and seconded by Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs. The Synod appoint, there you have it, Scott Enns LLP as external auditors for the fiscal year 22, 23, 24, and 25. Yes, please, Nick. Just going to, while Nick's moving to the microphone too, if you do have something to say, do give a wave, and then wait till you get to the microphone, but it's hard. It can be hard to see anyone who just raises a hand.
Okay. In Elgin County, I sit on 3 nonprofit boards that have budgets that are 10 times the size of this diocese, and they are the auditors for those agencies, and they've done an excellent job.
Thank you, Nick. Other comments, discussion? Yes, someone? Yeah, it's a bit hard to get there, so, yep.
The question is, what are they guaranteeing to complete by this time next year? So it's not a guarantee because they also have to rely on us getting ready. But right now, the goal is to have the 2025 financial statements audited by Synod next year. So we would have 22, 23, 24, and 25 done in a year. So that basically is one every 3 months. And we will be heads down, ready to get that done. Now, I can't guarantee, but I think I've just made it public.
I promised that we'll pop some champagne should that happen. Other comments or questions for the question? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Thank you. That's carried.
And then the next thing I just wanted to update on was the 2024 preliminary financials. And this is basically the work that we've done internally. This has not gone to the auditors yet, but I think it's important for us to understand where we are today. So the diocesan budget, which is basically the apportionment budget, had a deficit of approximately $94,000. And that was really directly related to the shortfall in apportionment. Every year, some parishes aren't able to complete their entire apportionment. And I do want to give a shout out right now to the parishes that actually were able to provide the additional mile. So the extra mile, you'll notice that it's actually a little bit different there, but the extra mile really does help and really does support. So there's, I think, about 10 parishes that do that extra mile, and it is really, really appreciated. If you look in your reports, you'll see a listing of all the apportionments, and I would highlight those ones. I do also hope that we didn't make any errors in the apportionment listing. I do apologize in advance if anybody has a different number, but we did try to do our best with that. You'll notice that the Huron Church Camp has a deficit of $204,000, and we reported this to Diocesan Council last month. It's a little bit of a challenge because we haven't been reporting on the camp quite a lot in the last few years, and so it came as a bit of a surprise for people. The camp has had challenges coming out of COVID, and I'm sure that you'll all know that getting kids to register for summer programs and getting them excited about going to camp is not necessarily the same as it was before COVID. So if you have any students, any young people who would like to go to camp, now is the time to start thinking about it. There's a lot of bursaries available if registration is a challenge to camp, and we'd really like to get as many students and kids out to camp as we can. It is a gem and a fabulous experience each summer, which you'll hear a lot more about this afternoon. And we recognize that the deficit cannot continue, so we will be looking at, in the next year, alternative means to try and reduce that. But what you can do is really make sure that kids are going to camp. And in our Huron Church News, continues to have a positive balance, which is great, and that will continue to go around. So Davor is very excited in the corner there. Thank you for that. One of the things that I think people would like to understand a little bit more is what the diocesan budget actually includes, and this is part of the communication that we were hoping to increase as we go forward. You'll notice here that we are really reliant, the blue side is the apportionment. So we really are reliant on the apportionment for our diocesan budget. When we look at the orange color, that is our investments. So over the next few years, we're going to really be looking at trying to increase our investments, increase the revenues that we get from those investments to try and offset a little bit more of the apportionment, which can be challenging in some years. And this very busy graph, it looks like the pizza that just arrived in the middle of the room. But there's three parts of this that I think is really important to show. The large orange slice in the northeast is basically, it says shared ministries. So this is the important part of being an Anglican community, is that we forward to our church in Ontario and in Canada almost a quarter of our apportionment. And that goes to help other dioceses across the country, and especially in the north, where they don't have the rich resources that we have. If you look down at 6 o'clock, you'll see a yellow part there, and that is the benefits that we pay to our clergy. So when you do your payroll each month, that doesn't include the health benefits, the diocesan part of that. And that was important because we wanted to make sure all clergy had those benefits and it wasn't reliant on the parishes to pay it directly. So we have that there. And then the green part is the cost of the salaries and benefits for your bishop and the staff at Church House. So that was just a little reminder as to what that goes for, and in the next month we'll be digging down a little deeper into the budget, and hopefully this will begin to look familiar to you. I have a red flashing light in front of me, so I will call it quits now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie, all the members of the Administration Finance, and especially members of the staff at Church House for the great work that you've done and continue to do. We have this is flex time, but we don't have extra time. But if you need to stand up, please don't go anywhere. But if you need to stand up and just flex, do that. And while you're doing that, I need your advice by applause. Most people don't wear a hat in church. I do, but you gave it to me and asked me to wear it, so I do. But I want your advice on, because I'm a bit of a home team guy, so I just want to know which hat you support me wearing the most. So I live in London. I love the OHL. I recognize there's Kitchener Rangers, there's Windsor Spitfires, there's Sarnia Sting, but okay. I was born in the Deanery of Lambton. I was a kindergartner in the Deanery of Kent. I grew up in Saugeen. I live now in London. What do you think of this? By applause, can you see what it is? What does it say? Saugeen. There they are. Saugeen. Well, that's only about as popular as the Knights. Okay. That answers my question. We'll invite the folks from the archives up to come up next, please, and that's Tom, Des, and Stephen.
Well, that's difficult to follow. My name is Desna Cario. I'm the diocesan archivist. I've been in the role since 2022. I'm sure I've met many of you, and I'm usually the one emailing you to bother you about parish registers and things. That button? I don't know what button. Yeah. So just to give you a brief history about the archives, it wasn't until 1927 that we actually first started thinking about our heritage and our history when Synod carried a motion to appoint a diocesan committee on historical records. And then we don't really have a lot of news until 1976, where a lack of storage caused by the move of the Synod office caused what they called an acute situation, and records were largely stored unsorted. The Reverend Dr. Doug Layton and Dr. Robert Brandeis of Huron College rescued cardboard boxes of historical material from destruction by moving them to the Huron College library basement. In 1977, Synod approved establishment of the diocesan archives, and it was initially funded by Huron College, the diocese, and some other funding sources. And it wasn't until 1979 that it was actually officially renamed the V.P. Cronin Memorial Archives. The first diocesan archivist wasn't actually hired until 1981, and in 1994 there was a big renovation. Some of you may be familiar with at the college, our current home, where we have our compact shelving that was procured and installed at that time. There was a big renovation and then a big ribbon cutting ceremony in 1994 where it was unveiled on Founders Day. And in 1995, the space that we currently have actually won an institutional award for the facility. Our current archival space has largely been unchanged since that renovation in 1994. What was an award-winning facility in 1995 is now overcrowded and out of date 30 years later. The collection has grown exponentially over the last several decades, and we actually have over 320 cubic feet of offsite storage, which roughly equates to about 270 archival boxes. So this is our current space, or lack thereof. The space and furnishings have largely been unchanged. The photos show the reception area, reading room, and workroom, and you'll notice that all of them kind of resemble storage spaces. Table space for our growing collection is limited for processing because we often have to pull things off the shelves and don't have a place to put them back. So the historical significance, I couldn't say it better than Reverend Canon Layton did, where we have to try to explain why do we need to invest the time, money, and space into keeping our historical records. And Canon Layton said it perfectly. There's value beyond the church history. We want to make accessible to the community at large the part of their cultural heritage which is irreplaceable. A lot of our documents are one-of-ones. We have the original letters patent from Queen Victoria from when the diocese was first incorporated in 1857. There's so much history that tells so many different stories contained in these boxes, and it is really vital that we preserve these stories. I'll let Tom take it.
So here's the deal. Last summer, the college informed us, and I'm talking 2024, the college informed us that the space that we occupy below the chapel at the college was desperately needed for other purposes. And our lease was not going to be renewed. It was needed immediately in 2024. Well, we managed to negotiate a few lease extensions, but the bottom line is that by next August, we have to return an empty room to the diocese. Or to the college, sorry. Quite frankly, though, and as you've seen from the images that Des just showed you, we had long outgrown the space below the chapel. Huron presented us, though, not with a problem, but with an opportunity. Our forced eviction allowed us the opportunity to go back to basics, to reconsider the services that we offer and the spaces in which we occupy from the ground up. Fast forward to about a year ago, when the bishop approached me with a little job to consider. I was asked to chair a small working group to oversee the project. My spidey senses should have kicked in immediately, but nevertheless, I agreed. It was a simple mandate with two key drivers. First of all, given the current economic climate in the diocese, we had to find the most economical space for the new archive. And we had to take the opportunity to reimagine every potential creative option and exhaust every possible opportunity to collaborate and partner to accomplish our task. And we immediately set about with the big where question. Our reimagining covered the full spectrum of ideas. At one end, we considered closing completely and relying on another agency, the Anglican Church of Canada's General Synod Archives in Toronto, for example, to steward our collections and manage our services. At the other end, we dreamt big. Many of you may know that London doesn't have an archive currently. What would happen if we gathered all interested stakeholders together, pooled our resources, and created an archive center for the municipality? Well, we weighed each option with the impact each would have on growing our collections and providing efficient services for you. And over the course of it all, we talked with countless groups. We talked with historical societies, with smaller archives in the area, Glencoe, for instance, with the Middlesex Center Archive. We wondered about partnering with our United Church or our Lutheran Church counterparts. And we had several engaging conversations with folks from the Roman Catholic Diocese of London about partnering and working together. We talked with folks from the Public Library. We talked with folks and several meetings with folks from the City of London about a communal archive. Our decisions in all cases were informative, interesting, but for various reasons, either within each of the groups or put upon us by our limitations, primarily our tight timeline, no one was in a position to work with us, and we were going to be going it alone. One thing that we quickly discerned was we were not dealing with the sort of move where you call in favors with all of your buddies with pickup trucks, get a few cases of beer, pick a weekend, and get her done. The bottom line, ironically though, the moving company that will be moving us from Huron to the new space is 2 men in a truck. But the bottom line is that it was going to cost probably a lot of money, and we were going to incur expenses of two kinds. Those related specifically to the move. So it was going to be impossible to find a move-in ready space. Renovation and retrofitting were a given. We also needed to provide safe and secure space for our rare and fragile and primarily paper-based collections. Expensive environmental controls in the place where they live was necessary. And our content and the specialized fixtures that it requires, 60 square meters of compact shelving, for instance, is not something that you can pack into the back of a pickup truck. We had to have special expertise in order to relocate it. We also were going to face new and ongoing expenses. The arrangement that we had with the college was not possible to continue. So day-to-day operations had to figure into our discussions. And it was important to weigh both of these in answering the where question. Early on, we were fortunate to engage the services of a couple of local real estate agents who scouted out commercial options for us. So we looked at storefronts in malls, Cherry Hill, for example. We were shown various units in strip plazas across the city, and we explored empty office space in downtown high-rises. In each case, cost prohibitive. We also then thought about using existing diocesan properties. And here we called on the expertise of the Diocesan Lands and Properties Committee. So we toured empty churches, Trinity Lambeth, for example. We also considered purpose building, a unique building specific to our needs on diocesan land, space around St. Mark's in London, for example. The limitations of the site, a surrounding cemetery and a rabbit warren of rooms at Lambeth, and the situation, at least a 5-year timeline and probably a $5+ million price tag for a new building put us no further ahead. A chance meeting I had with Kevin and Sam here at the Cathedral last December, just before Christmas, primarily to explore the options in the buildings immediately surrounding the cathedral. Was there anything that we could use? Over the course of our conversations, the notion of reimagining spaces that the bishop talked about earlier came to light, and it became evident that we could have space, there was space available that we could consider within the envelope of the cathedral. And actually, that proved to be our best solution. Not ideal, but then the ideal was utopian. In talking about it back in our group, we did note that it does offer advantages. For you, a central location that would be a little bit easier to access. Church House is our primary user, and we are in close proximity to them. And it allowed us to consolidate diocesan services here in the heart of Huron. So we developed the notion into a plan, did some rudimentary budgeting, and took a plan and a motion to Diocesan Council in June. And there we received funding for expenditures up to $850,000. So we had come to a workable solution to the where, and our next task was to work through the how and the when. And with that in mind, I am very pleased to announce creation of the Reverend Canon Dr. J. Douglas Layton Archives of the Diocese of Huron. Dr. Layton, who died in 2022, had a passion for things historical, especially our church and our diocese. He was a well-respected scholar and professor of history at Huron College, and also served as diocesan canon historian. Des has told you how instrumental he was for our beginning as an archive, and we think it is particularly fitting that we remember him in this way. So for the next couple of seconds, I just want to take you on a quick tour of the Douglas Layton Archives. But I need you to view these through the lens of your imagination. We will be occupying 3 spaces within the cathedral complex, 2 on the 2nd floor, and one below the sanctuary. On the second floor, 3 adjacent rooms, one with a smaller annex that formerly served as offices and storage for daily bread, will become the archive's public spaces. We'll divide the middle room in 2, make a small reception area shown in blue, and an office for Des, the red bit. A public reading room next door in purple, and then a workroom shown in yellow. The small annex will serve as a room for digitization, so making digital records, as well as quarantine. And yes, you did hear me say quarantine, because the stuff that you give us sits in quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks to make sure there is no mold or creepy crawlies or other unwanted guests before we even look at it, before we even begin work on it. Across the hall on the second floor, in a room that back in the day served as children's worship space, becomes archive storage. And storage is a big issue for us. We need space to house archival supplies, acid-free paper, Hollinger boxes, all of that stuff. But we also need space on this level to hold material until we can get around to cataloging it. And we also need space to house material that researchers and other archives users are using but haven't finished with. And we needed space on this level. The biggest transformation, however, will happen in the lower level, below the cathedral sanctuary, in a room that was formerly the choral archive, choral library, score library, and rehearsal space. It will see the biggest transformation into our vault. This is the space for all cataloged material. We will strip out the walls and the drop ceiling, seal, insulate, install environmental controls, and upgrade security and lighting, move in and reconfigure our compact shelving, relocate our flat storage and microform cabinets, and install additional static shelving to house the entirety of our collection. And this all happens in the next 10 months. Right now, we are heavily into finalizing plans and drawings and getting the necessary permits. Next month, we fast-tracked demolition. So demolition hopefully will happen early on in November, and we'll do the rest of the tendering and award contracts for the various work crews and the stuff that they need in December. The first important date for you is December 19th. That's the last day that we will be able to receive content from parishes across the diocese. Because early in the new year, construction begins. And at the same time, at Huron, we'll be nitty-gritty planning down to the dance of what moves where and when. The second important date for you, for parishes, is the end of April, when the Huron location will close permanently. And we will begin packing in May. The next important date for us is June. By that time, construction needs to be complete because the vault downstairs has to be acclimatized in order to properly receive the content. We have to ensure that we have a stable temperature, stable humidity, and any off-gassing from the construction has dissipated. The compact shelving and its contents move next, and then 2 men in a truck come in and move the rest of the fixtures and furnishings. We unpack and open in September next year. So it's a tall order with a myriad of details and juggling balls that have to be kept in the air. It's an intricate dance to get it all done, but we are so looking forward to welcoming you to the new Douglas Layton Archives next September. Thank you. We don't have time for questions now, but Des and I will be around for the rest of the day at the archives table over in the corner of Cronut Hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Stephen and to Des, of course, as our archivist, but especially to Tom Adam, who, as you can see, has dedicated a massive amount of time and energy, but also his expertise from the years in the university library systems. Tom, we are very, very grateful for your leadership. I don't know what we'd do without you, and you may be able to round up some other helpers for the long run in terms of archives interest over this, out of this group. Thank you, Tom. We move to, where do we move? To item 22, which is a motion to review Canon 12. This is motion 11. I'd like to invite the mover and seconder, the Reverend Marty Levesque and the Reverend Daniel Boyer, to come to a microphone in order to move this motion.
Marty Levesque, All Saints Waterloo. Friends, members of Synod, Bishop, we are all painfully aware of the significant and accelerating financial pressures on parishes. We see the declining number of churches across the diocese. We feel the rising costs, and it's a challenging environment. But the Church, from its very beginning, has faced challenging environments, and the Holy Spirit has always shown us a way forward. In the Acts of the Apostles, we get a beautiful and radical picture of the first Christian communities. They were of one heart and one soul. They understood that they were in it together, and because of this, they held all things in common. When a property was sold, the resources were laid at the apostles' feet, and distribution was made to each according to their need. This wasn't just an economic model, it was a theological statement. It declared that the one being of one part of the body of Christ was the responsibility of the entire body of Christ. This motion calls us to the same radical biblical stewardship. For years, Canon 12 has directed 100% of the proceeds from closed churches to our diocesan funds. This has done great work in recapitalizing the Capital Trust of the Huron and the Huron Development Fund. But as the motion states, it does not adequately address the critical need for capitalization at the parish level. This proposal represents a strategic shift for us. It asks us to live more fully into the Acts of the Apostles. It suggests that we explore a new model, a model of sharing where a significant portion of these sacred assets, perhaps 50%, is reinvested in the remaining parishes in secured trusts where the interest is available but the capital is protected for future generations, thus preserving the asset instead of land in the form of investments. This isn't about taking away from the center. It's about strengthening both the ministry of Church House and its constituent parishes. It's about creating legacy trusts that can provide stability and fuel mission. It's about creating a snowball effect of capitalization that fosters resilience and growth from the ground up. This motion today is not a final vote. It is the first step. It is a resolution to explore the possibility of a new model. It directs our diocesan bodies to do the hard work of reviewing, refining, and presenting a concrete plan to diocesan council. So let us have the courage of the early church. Let us affirm that we are one body, that we hold all things together, and the long-term viability of our parishes is a sacred trust that we all hold and are responsible for.
Thank you, Marty. Daniel.
Dan Boyer, All Saints Waterloo as well. I second this motion out of a love for God and a love for our church. Marty has outlined the theological vision. If you know me well, you know that my heart is pastoral. And so I want to speak to the on-the-ground pastoral reality for so many of us that are in this room. We, as clergy and strong lay leaders, have been called to further the kingdom of God. We've been called to preach and live the gospel, to baptize, to feed the hungry, to comfort the afflicted, to build communities of faith. But if we are being truly honest with ourselves, what do we spend a significant amount of our time doing? Too often, clergy and lay leaders like synod delegates or wardens are expending copious amounts of energy and emotional capital to just fundraise to keep the doors open. So clergy, what happens is clergy aren't just pastors and preachers, and clergy can't just do all the things that they're called to do as clergy, because they also have a full-time job being a professional fundraiser or event planner or building maintenance supervisor. Many of us have probably felt this feeling of anxiety that comes about in our community because we're worried about the hydro bill, the insurance premium, the failing boiler, or the leaking roof. This is the critical need that this motion speaks to. This is the exhaustion that prevents us from doing the ministry that God has called us to. We have no energy, no time, resources are scant, and what that means is we can't dream or innovate, or we're trying to do both at once. This motion isn't just a motion about finances, it's a motion about ministry. Because to be a strong diocese, we need as many strong ministry centers across southwestern Ontario. It's not just about keeping buildings open. It's a shift to share resources at a parish level so that parish ministry, actual ministry, transforming people's lives and therefore being transformed ourselves, is happening in our community. Our land and property, as our bishop shared with us, that's one of our largest assets, and we have to steward it well. And this motion would help parishes to build endowments and legacy trusts at a local level. As a synod delegate, think about what your parish could do if the anxiety of basic survival was lifted. What outreach could you start? What person could you hire to help with this specific ministry? How many more people could we visit? As we pass this motion today, we're not just adjusting percentages in a canon. We're sending a powerful message of hope to our parishes, a message of resurrection. We're telling them, each of our parishes, you're not alone in this. We're committing to a model of sharing financial resources that will equip us for ministry, free us from constant anxiety, and give us the energy and resources we need to do the work that God calls us to. And so let us start this vital work today. Let us vote yes to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you both. The motion is before you, motion number 11. I'm just going to remind that it is a motion to review the current model that is described in Canon 12 and to present the findings in June so that we could decide on any changes next year at Synod. Okay, just to be clear about that. So it's be it resolved that this synod direct the Administration and Finance Committee of the Diocese of Huron to review the current model of the division of proceeds of the sales of disestablished churches, and to present the findings of this review to Diocesan Council no later than June 2026, such that any notice of motions to amend Canon 12 may be submitted by that deadline for receiving motions for the 2026 Synod, Diocesan Synod, okay? So that's the motion, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Come over here, Catherine.
The Reverend Catherine Lloyd, priest in charge of Christ Church Huntingford.
Barbara Bruce, lay synod delegate, Christ Church Huntingford.
On behalf of Christ Church Huntingford, we'd like to speak in favor of this motion, particularly in regards to local congregations having more of a say in the disbursement of funds from the sale of a church property. When a church closes, members migrate to other churches in the area, particularly if there was another congregation with whom they had an ongoing relationship, which was the case in 2017 when Good Shepherd in Woodstock closed, and the majority of the congregation decided to worship with their friends at Christ Church Huntingford. That migration rejuvenated a rural church, making it possible for them to continue their ministry in Zora and East Zora townships.
Unfortunately, at that time, only $50,000 of a little over a $1 million sale followed them to Christ Church. And now at Christ Church, we are planning for significant upgrades of our hall and kitchen to accommodate both church and community activities. We find ourselves having to ask for loans and grants from the diocese. In short, asking for our own investment of time, talent, and money back. This is an unfortunate situation that we believe this motion would hopefully help to prevent in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to comment on this motion and our discussion of it, it's obviously a very big thing for us to look very carefully at our financial models for ministry. I mean, that's the focus of the year. I would just like to ask those speaking to this motion to only speak to the question, which is, should we ask A&F to review what we do now or not? And the timeline would be by the next synod. So we'll talk about this for a whole year, and all of these discussions need to go into it. Pay attention to who we nominate and elect for diocesan council, and talk to those people and others, A&F members, look up down that list, and we'll get all that information to them. It's a big discussion. We're not going to have it today. The question is, should we review it or not?
Kevin Dixon, rector at St. Jude's, London. I would probably vote in favor of the motion with reservations. I think that collectively we are a body that has the power to make decisions for our common good, but I would want us to avoid thinking that this review could result in something that would relieve clergy in particular of a responsibility for fundraising. When I went to my first parish in Wyerton in 1987, I met the wardens in the church basement, and they said to me, "Kevin, just as you're starting here, we want you to know we've got $3,000 in bills at the end of the month and $30 in the bank." So it was a situation of scarcity. But I knew that as a pastoral leader in that church, I needed to approach the situation of the church, the need for a roof, the need for a furnace, the need for a bunch of stuff, through a lens of abundance. And I think that if we approach the situations that we face in our parishes through a lens of scarcity, we're defeated before we've begun. Who cares about a furnace, right? Except that that furnace keeps the room warm where AA meets. We need to recognize that, as the bishop said in his charge, the support of the church is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end, and that is toward mission. So yes, review canons, review processes all the time, but please don't succumb to an attitude of scarcity.
Thank you. Ken.
Ken Brooks from St. Anne's, Byron. A couple years ago, Canon Tom Patterson and myself asked that this issue be reconsidered, because our parishes are located on land that belonged to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. The motion we brought to Synod then was that proceeds from the sale of properties, 10%, a tithe, should go into a fund for Indigenous ministry with wide-ranging definition on what that ministry might be. But that 10%, a tithe, go to Indigenous ministry in the diocese. That motion was referred, I think, to A&F, but nothing ever came of it. So it seems to me this is an ideal time that our proposal that we made to Synod then be considered at this time.
Thank you, Ken. Patrick.
Reverend Patrick Martin from Tilsonburg. I'd like to speak against this motion. I think in nature it is very congregationalist, and it really does not follow the Anglican or Episcopal spirit. It's not good stewardship, and I think it will have us rooting for the closing of our neighborhood church instead of supporting them so that our parish could get the cash. I think what we do now is we have a common purse that you can apply to get grants and loans from, and it encourages the future of the church, where I think in the model that was suggested, it will not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other? Deacon Rosalind Helm?
Thank you, Bishop, and thank you, members of Synod. I'm the Archdeacon Rosalind Elm for Truth and Reconciliation and Indigenous Ministries. Supporting this motion, I think, is of course up to Synod and its people. One of the things that always concerns me is what is our mission and ministry plan for our parish? I know ministry and ministry plans was instituted in your predecessor, Bishop, and I think that this is part of the discussion as how we are strategically planning for our own parishes as we come in. Further to that, I think that this is not just an A&F issue. I think it is a diocesan issue, and it might mean that we have to have, God forbid it, another task force, but certainly enough for these parishes and to speak on the narrative of their mission and ministry, and how they discern their needs. So I think that's what I wanted to speak to, is the importance of a futurity, and knowing that not every ministry looks the same, and not all of us are in one parish, so we're managing a few communities at once. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Others? Okay. I think we're ready for the question. Motion can be on the slide, maybe. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay, and just a word of assurance about how we'll do this. The Administration and Finance Committee, of course, will take responsibility for initiating a review, but it may be that recommendations from that group are to create a task force or are to create a series of consultations and so on, and gather data and make a very good decision on it. And we'll report back to Diocesan Council by June as the motion that we just carried says to do. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item 23, which is a motion to amend the Constitution Can 31, and our Chancellor, Canon Jim Ferguson, is going to lead us through that. This motion, by the way, while Jim's moving there, is going to be seconded by Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs, just to give her a heads up on that.
Thank you, Bishop. As chair of the Canons and Constitution Committee, I'm making this motion 12. There's a summary that's contained in the materials, and I thought I would only just highlight a couple of points, and then if there are any questions, people can ask. So when we were looking at the reviewing the Constitution and the Canon 31 over the past year, we thought that one of the changes that would make sense is to look at the minimum age for youth and change it from the current language, which is tied to when someone is at the time of an election or appointment, what their age is, and to change it so that it could be the year of their birth. So if someone is born in December, they don't lose a year if they are going to be a youth delegate, for example. And we also wanted to change the maximum age for youth so it matches the maximum ages that are in the General and Provincial Synod rules. We also wanted to make a few amendments to the Constitution that deals with the quorum requirements for synods and electoral synods. The current language has a fixed number of members, 30 for regular synods like this one today. It's 30 lay and 30 clergy, and then for electoral synods it's 75 and 75 from each house. And as we're facing diminishing parishes and attendees, and therefore reduced numbers of delegates, we thought that it makes sense to move to a percentage of the delegates as opposed to a fixed minimum number. And then we made a few changes to Canon 31 that just clarifies some timing of meetings and when financial statements of the deanery councils are submitted to Church House. So I'm making the motion moved by me as the Chancellor and seconded by Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs as Secretary-Treasurer. Be it resolved that the Synod approve the proposed changes in the Constitution and Canon 31 as presented in the materials.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any comments or questions on this motion?
I should add, Bishop, that because we're changing these are amendments to the Constitution and the canons, we're going to be voting separately by House, and it has to be 2/3 approval in each House. Pass.
Thank you. 2/3 in each House. Okay, are we ready for the question? So in the order of lay, all the lay people, not the clergy, just the lay people, all in favor? Any opposed? And in the clergy, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the people on the Canon Constitution Committee who keep doing that good work. I would like to invite Archdeacon Rosalind Elm, Archdeacon for Reconciliation and Indigenous Ministries, to come up, and the Reverend Hannah Scorer, the missioner. The missioner for Indigenous Ministries and priest in charge of Oneida Muncie.
Bishop, that was your appointment.
I know, but I call you Roz and Hannah.
I guess we both wear the same hat pretty much, so. I have to put this down for you, Hannah.
Okay. Just for me, okay.
Good morning. I have a few words I want to teach you. All right? Sagoli.
Sagoli.
Sego.
Sego.
Bojo.
Bojo.
Scano.
Scano.
Oh, thank you.
Those are all good morning.
All good morning. All good day. Also, we also want to say ganikja. Ganikja.
Ganikja.
That means sardines. So we'd like to begin our presentation with giving some honor. First of all, we'd like to congratulate Dorothy Russell Patterson and Pam Fulton of our community of Six Nations of the Grand River Territory and the Wapul unceded territory of Bikejwanong. We'd also like to give honor to Tom Patterson and the Bridge Builders. We'd like to give honor to Sam Thomas Kevin George, and Matt Martin. We'd like to give some honor to Tanya Phibbs, who puts up with us. It's her birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Tanya. Happy birthday. We see you. We see you, girl.
We'd also like to thank Steve Green and the now venerable Matt Keysweater, Helen Booth, Amanda Longmore, Val Kenyon and St. Anne's Byron, Christchurch Brantford, Christchurch Ayr, St. Aidan's, and Dr. Dan, Dr. Don, and Dr. Mike at Huron University. And most importantly, as we always start with giving thanks and giving honor, we need to thank our amazing ministry team that works with us. Underneath Rosalind and myself, we have a few folks. We have Elaine Burnside, Roz's lay pastoral assistant, Brother John Paul Marquides, who is our priest assistant, and our two students, Gideon Wiegers and Noah McClellan.
We'd also like to give our thanks to those people here that have certainly been friends to our ministry, either as pastors or as chaplains, and certainly as willing participants in our Indigenous ministries. There are many more that have taken place throughout the years, but those that have come this year for our Indigenous ministries.
So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the good news that's coming out of our ministries right now, and then we'd like to talk a little bit about what we're learning as we go through. So as you've probably heard us talk about year after year after year, we are a little bit different in terms of our makeup of our Indigenous ministries. We do have church on Sunday, but a lot of the work that we do really is not taking place at church on Sundays, and that is particularly true this year. A lot of our things are really in people's houses. It's using the church, but it's using the church for cultural events and learning events, language events, and it's allowing us to get access to large parts of our communities that would not necessarily feel comfortable or safe coming into an Anglican church service on a Sunday morning with all the smells and bells. There's no smells and bells at some of our churches, but that would not necessarily feel comfortable coming into that environment. We have had amazing growth across all of our communities. A lot of our churches are experiencing a lot of visitation. One of the great things about our communities is that we are porous. We have our core group of folks that show up every Sunday morning, but we have a wide constellation of people that are also happy to drop in with us once a month, once every few weeks, that are there to explore, that are there to experience something of the Holy Spirit that they get with us, and then to walk away and think about it for a bit. So we are really incredibly grateful for the opportunities that we've been getting to sort of engage with these two different groups of people, and we're hoping that some of the learnings that we have had over the last year that we're going to talk about can talk to you about especially how those two communities work together and how we talk to them. Particularly because I think that a lot of the ways in which we're doing ministry and have been doing ministry for the last few years are going to be ways that you are yourselves going to find yourself doing ministry in the near future if you're not already in that position. A lot of our communities have experienced a significant amount of spiritual violence and religious trauma. And Sunday morning church is not necessarily the first stop on their journey back to church with us. And I would wager a guess that there are probably good chunks of the communities that you serve that are possibly not in your churches for the same reason. Because Sunday morning church isn't a place where they are necessarily going to feel safe, where they are going to feel welcome, where they are going to feel heard. But, and this is the great thing, but all those other ways in which we can enact church, even in sacramental ways that we can enact church that fall outside the Sunday morning, are really where we are seeing the most amount of movement. We have guests that come in from our traditional teachings and our cultural events that show up. We had one man mention when we came to do traditional drum making with us that he never thought he would step foot in a church. But he is here with us making a drum, and he is here getting to be fully himself in his indigeneity and participate with our church in a way that he just never thought was possible. We've been having great work with our ecumenical partners, particularly in Oneida and Chippewa. We have quite a few very interesting ecumenical partners. I have 2 Baptist churches and a Pentecostal church that I do regular prayer services with and services with. Those get quite interesting. I think a lot of you would feel a little bit out of place when the tambourines come out, but but it is a wonderful place to just experience being Oneida and Christian at the same time. And while we may disagree on quite a few things, it is a place for us to connect and to meet. And it is a way in which our ministries are growing. We also are quite active in engaging with a lot of you folks out there who have been our prayer partners and our worship partners. Just as a plug for any of you who are interested, both Roz and I are perfectly happy to have churches come out on a Sunday morning and join us. And if your clergy person shows up and brings you, they get to participate in some way. So we will definitely put you to work if you show up. But we are very, very happy to have you come out and visit us and participate in the life of our churches. And building those relationships, especially with our non-Indigenous churches, is so important to the work that we're doing, because it's so important to the heart of truth and reconciliation. And being able to, as we were committing last night, to walk that 2-row path with each other.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And this is why, I spoke to the past motion. It is time for us to describe those ways in which ministry is changing in our context. In Archdeacon Residential, one of my most important messages, I think, is to say that pay attention to how we are rebuilding our ministries in pastoral ways and in liturgical ways as well. It might not look the same for you, but it is something that we must do to serve our people. And if we can describe those ways in which ministry is changing for us, we think we'll be a lot better off. One of the things that we do talk about across Turtle Island in Indigenous ministries, and something that was a big part of our Sacred Circle or our General Synod, was the idea of resurgence. Resurgence in our Indigenous ways of knowing and being, ways of identifying ourselves by our environment, whether it is mountains, whether it is the big waters, whether it is forests, whether it is tundra, whether it is ice and snow. To describe our resurgence, we have made many more idioms around our governance structure. That being said, when we do come to our gathering here and the Synod of Huron, we've come to understand in the Indigenous church that the idioms of Anglican polity are changing. And we are witnessing that here, especially in Indigenous ministries. When I say vestry in our Indigenous communities, the idea of vestry looks very different from the idea of vestry that you might know in the various parishes across this diocese, and that's okay. But the ability to describe it is so important to our mission and ministry plan. Creating relationships, creating new ways of doing ministry doesn't happen overnight. It's slow. And one of my laments to my colleagues is that I have no idea what's happening. All I can do is observe it. All I can do is make note of it. I'm not really sure what to do. Looking for wisdom, one of the things that we are moving towards is having a mission field, Indigenous ministries as a mission field, because as Hannah said, we have a ministry team that is not paid but goes on and off and rubber banding throughout. We have also helpers that are coming in, taking up here and there, here and there, here and there. So it's not a parish structure in the same way that you might know. Instead, it is a mission field, and I know mission is a bad word, but Hannah is always here to change that definition. Speaking of changing definitions, in the way that we do ministry, what we are moving away from is the idea of conversion and into the idea of revelation. Not to say that conversion is not important, I'm not saying that at all, but instead, for our context, in order for things to change, Jesus reveals Jesus himself to the people. And we are there for the care, to be the hands and feet. They have received a revelation of some sort. They know that in their hearts. We see it on their faces. So we are there to serve that revelation. And whatever happens next is, of course, is the Spirit's work and not ours. Last night we witnessed the idea of medicines as sacrament as Bishop Todd gave his reflection on bestowing the medicines to the deaneries. In many ways, what has to happen is that you give the medicines to us. The church has to give the medicine to us for that healing. There's an other way around. We're giving the medicines to you for your healing, for your understanding. In our many conversations, we talked of these things. Healing is one of our oldest languages of faith, long before the church named sacrament. Indigenous peoples have already recognized the world, the earth itself, as sacred. The land, the waters, the fishes, the animals, they are teachers. Waters are healers. Plants are relatives. They're bringing these gifts to life. So to receive medicine then is not merely to take something from the earth, but to enter a relationship with it. In that relationship, grace becomes tangible. For us as Anglicans, sacrament is an outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual grace. The waters of baptism, the bread and wine of Eucharist, elements through which God's invisible love becomes manifest. But what if we looked at these a little wider? What if we could see these sacraments as medicines, as healing? And we do, because they sustain and heal us. Material signs through which God's creative and restorative power is made known. So when our faith keepers or our pipe carriers create medicine bundles, or even when our nurses and doctors offer vaccine, when a family gathers around a parishioner or an elder with healing words or with tea or with herbs, these are the moments in which grace becomes embodied. So healing is not a biological process, it is a spiritual communion between Creator and creation. So the medicines are not venerated in this way, but they carry with it. They are carriers of this divine generosity. They remind us that creation is not an inert matter, but instead it is living, carrying on the prayers, carrying the healing messages, mediating the presence of God. Our scripture tells us that healing and holiness are inseparable. Jesus' ministry is filled with healing and restoration. Mud, saliva, hands, breath, these acts are sacramental. He uses these materials to restore relationship and reveal divine compassion. God's healing power is not confined to walls, not confined to flagons, not confined to picks, not confined by anything, but it flows like rivers, flows like roots, and through human hands. For us as Indigenous people, for that is Anglicans, Indigenous Anglicans, or rather Indigenous people who are Anglican, this innovation of looking at medicines and as sacraments is not an innovation, something new. For us, it's a going back and a remembering, a return to the truth of the land and earth as our first altar, Jesus as our first body given by a woman. Today, medicine's a sacrament is also a call to justice. If this land is a carrier of grace, then to poison it is to desecrate divine healing. It has become our theological pain. So together when we receive medicine, whether it is through Eucharist and ceremony or ceremony, hospital care, sustenance, we are invited to do so with a sacred, with a reverence, to give thanks, to remember that healing is not a private transaction, but a shared act. Our Creator moves through earth and body, through prayer and science, through ancient ceremony and modern care. Anna, if you could share with us stories of that sacrament that you
So one of the great gifts of Indigenous ministries is storytelling. So to sort of illustrate a lot of the very important but perhaps very dense concepts that the Venerable Rosalind Elm was talking about here, we have often in the church argued over sort of what is the most important sacrament that we offer people, what is the entry into Christian life, Eucharist or baptism. And I think for us, the answer is neither, for a few reasons. And I will share with you a couple stories, I think, that illustrate why this is so important to us and why it should be important to yourselves as well. When I first started volunteering in seminary at Zion, Roz and I were doing VBS, and we had this young man who kept going into the sanctuary, and he would always want to go over to the baptismal font. And I finally followed him in one day and I asked him if he wanted to know a little bit about what was going on here. And he asked me, do I need to get baptized? And I said, well, why would you ask me that? Do you want to be baptized? And he said to me, I think I need to be baptized because I'm Native. And I said, tell me a little bit more about what you're saying here. Well, isn't that what baptism is for? So that you can be washed clean. And if I'm Native, then I need to be washed clean from that. I need to find a way to not be Native anymore. Being baptized will make me more like the church. I have had people come to my door at the church, scared to come in, because the last time they were at a church, they were told they were not welcome because of the way that they were dressed, because of the tattoos on their arms, because of their hair color. They weren't welcome at the Lord's table because they weren't good enough for a Eucharist the way that they were coming to us. So when we talk about the kind of healing that we do, the sacramental healing that we do, what we're really talking about is the one sacrament that we can offer to people that does not have a barrier of whether or not you have a sponsor, or whether or not the person that you love is an appropriate person to marry, or whether or not you've been baptized, or whether or not you participate in our communities, the one true sacrament that we can offer everyone that walks through our door is confession and absolution. We can offer them healing. And it's something that doesn't require a fancy chalice and paten. It doesn't require a baptismal font. It doesn't require anything but a listening ear and an open heart. I have taken confession in a taco restaurant from someone who told me if they don't confess, they're going to go home and kill themselves. I have done it walking in the woods. I did it a couple of weeks ago in the CAA tow truck that came to pick me up when my battery died. But it is the thing that we can offer the world in a way that is beyond any words or rituals that we can offer. It gets really down to the heart of who we are as people and who we are as Christians. The ability to look at another person in pain and offer love, compassion, grace, maybe a glimpse of hope. When Jesus healed, he used the things of creation. He used mud, he used touch, he used breath, he used words. His healing actions were not magic, but communion, God's love made tangible in the materials of the world. And Indigenous peoples have always known this truth, that the land itself is an altar. It is a table that is open, and the medicines are its sacraments. So when we talk about healing, we are not just talking about a therapeutic gospel that is helping folks make peace with an inequitable world. We are talking about a disruptive, liberative gospel that is helping them heal broken hearts, that is helping them give voice to the unfairness and injustice of their world, that is helping them find a way to live and thrive, even when living and thriving does not seem possible. Oh, no, sorry, that was me. I was pausing. That wasn't the mic. Sorry, that was a pause because I'm as you can tell, that a lot of these stories are quite emotional. They weigh very heavily on both of us at times. But we offer them to you because we know that there are probably a lot of people that you have talked to in the same way. I'm sure that if you asked any person in here with a collar, they would tell you some of these same stories that they have dealt with. And I think we underestimate the importance of what we do when we offer those prayers, even just the silence of holding somebody. We like to think the work that we do needs stoles and choirs and bells and smells. The work that we're doing every single day, giving people a reason to hope, giving people a reason to keep going, that is the work of this church. And it's our most important duty.
So thank you for listening to our presentation. Ultimately, our call to you as Indigenous ministries, that you can glean off the learnings that we just presented, is to be able to describe your ministries, because this, for like Hannah said, this isn't just for us. This happened to us. It happened to you. It's happening to you. Both lay ministers, deacons, and priests are experiencing the need for healing, the need for confession and absolution. That we witness the revelation that is happening in their hearts and in their minds. We do it scared. Sometimes we're not prepared. We don't always possess the perfect knowledge or the right words to say. but we do it because we have this calling, this vocation of serving others. To just describe what we do, to talk about what we do with each other, with our parishioners, so that they might go out too. It will change the way that we live in our discipleship. That is our call to you, to describe the miracles occurring around you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ask Scott Saunders to make a couple announcements before we have our lunch break.
I'm a little taller than the ladies. Thank you, Bishop. As we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, I would draw your attention to all of the resource tables that are set up in the Great Hall, particularly taking a few minutes to visit the Education for Ministry table. Not only will you be able to speak with the EFM folks, but there is a selection of books that are free for the taking there in a bit of a book swap, so at the Education for Ministry table. We mentioned earlier this morning about the KW Titans, and I would draw your attention, particularly while we are breaking for lunch and you are in the Great Hall, to take a look at the display there by the KW Titans, which are part of the Basketball Super League, a professional basketball team in Kitchener-Waterloo, 2 levels below the NBA. And they have not only opportunity to chat with their chaplain, the Reverend Dan Boyer, but they are offering 2 courtside tickets to one of their games, which are up for auction. So I would encourage you to bid often and bid generously for those 2 courtside tickets that retail for $250. They are also doing a raffle for 4 tickets, 4 lower level tickets to a regular season game, and you can buy tickets for that raffle, 5 tickets for $10. The Titans season does run from December through March in the new year. And if you live outside of the Kitchener-Waterloo area, don't hesitate to not be participating in this auction and this raffle, because it's a great opportunity for a road trip. And I hear we have some pretty cool churches in KW that if you happen to be there on the weekend, there might be a place for you to land on a Sunday morning. All right, the results of both the auction and the raffle will be announced this afternoon. For our lunch is being served in the assembly room, which is the room behind the kitchen. And so what I would encourage you to do is when we leave this space, take a few minutes and get some fresh air. You can wander out through the great doors this way and around and into the hall, or you can go out the other set of doors, which are here off the transept. For those with some mobility issues, please use the ramp and head down the hallway. But if you can get a few minutes and some fresh air, that would be great. We're going to go through the Great Hall, which is where the beverages are. The lunch is going to be in the assembly room. Note that on the buffet table, we have a Greek buffet table set up for us today. That all of the items on that buffet table are gluten-free, other than the breads, of course, but all of the items there are gluten-free. If you noted on your registration to Synod that you had a special diet, there will be a table in the assembly room there set aside with those meals for those that identified those in advance. All right? So out through this way, out through the door of the transept, or up the ramp around in the Great Hall. Take a look at some tables while you're there, or if there's a bit of a lineup, through the assembly room to get your lunch. Come back out through the Rose Room and back into this room to eat your lunch. All right? So we're going to make a big circle around, so hopefully we don't have too many people swimming upstream. All right? So that's the intention there. All right, anybody not understand those directions? Okay, I don't see any hands, so we're good. Now, before we break for lunch, we're going to reconvene back here for 1:15, so that's about 50 minutes from now. So we'll have about 50 minutes for our lunch and reconvene at 1:15. And Bishop, may I ask you to offer grace before we depart for our lunch?
Bless us, Lord, and these gifts we receive from your bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Enjoy your lunch. 1:15, back to begin and reconvene Synod.
A lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions, with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
ravioli,
chicken parm,
hamburgers, buffalo chicken wraps, buffalo chicken wraps, buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, flashback, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hour is a time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun.
Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day.
At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire! We love campfire!
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions, with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli.
chicken parm,
Hamburgers. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next,
kids ask me, "Gosh, for that hat." I say, "The mitre? Yeah. Doesn't it look good on you?" Which, of course, they say, "No, it does. Well, it stands out in a crowd." If you're upright, it's good in the wind. Okay. It's 1:30. Apologies to those who are still eating lunch, but I've been told that all the people who were in the line are in the room now. So we, as I've said a couple times about trying our synod in here, we're demonstrating the learning church mode. There's some things we're learning about how to operate in here. One is that we might need 2 lines for lunch. But a good lunch. Thank you. I was up all night making that. So we've done some things to adjust the schedule. We're starting up about 15 minutes after we intended to, so I'll let you know about that as we go. So I'd like to ask our Honorary Lay Secretary of Synod, Scott Saunders, for any announcements, and then we'll have a hymn, and then Michelle Hughes will come up for our second faith witness.
Thank you, Bishop. No real announcements this afternoon other than to make a formal thank you to the folks at Crave Catering for that delicious lunch. How many people enjoyed your lunch today? Thank you. We show our thanks to Crave by our applause. Bishop, back to you.
Okay, thank you. And there's Lawrence. Here we go, Lawrence. We're gonna sing "I Heard the Voice of Jesus." If you want to keep eating your lunch and sing the hymn at the same time, you can. I'm just warning you on the inhale. You might want to watch out on the harsh inhale. Otherwise, the rest of us are going to stand and sing "I Heard the Voice of Jesus Say." Thank you. Please be seated. Michelle.
I'd like to share my appreciation to Bishop Todd and Archdeacon Tanya for asking me to share today about how being a steward of the gift has shared my journey of faith. I have been with St. George's Parish of the Blue Mountains since 2020, and I was baptized in 2021. A bit of history. Life began in the Anglican Church, attending Sunday school and youth group. I wasn't baptized as a child because my parents said they wanted me to make up my own mind about religion when I was an adult. Over time, although I attended church off and on, I drifted away. I believed in a creator, but I saw God more as a distant father who left us for very good reason. I didn't understand why God would want anything to do with us. I didn't understand Jesus. My faith was placed in myself. I trusted in my own strength and my own abilities to get through life. I also believed in family, and I believed in love, and that was where I placed my hope. And God was patient to let me go on my own. In the end, I set out to do things differently, to be better, and somehow I ended up in the same place. Now I was the problem. I needed help, and I cried out to God for help. And there was this process of journeying back, and finally, over time, asking the question, who is Jesus? Then reading the Gospels through that lens, and knowing it was the truth. The same experience as we learned in our Anglican Catechism classes, saved by grace through faith. I didn't deserve it. I didn't do anything. It's all been done by Jesus. The same gift from God as for everyone. Now I had been given real hope, and I placed it in God's love. And then I had to learn to live from there with all that had been given. Life's framework had changed. And there was this small beginning of accountability. I wanted to do something for God, something outward. And I saw baptism as a beginning. I wanted to get started, and I wanted to make up for lost time. Community was needed to go to church, but it was during early COVID. So I began watching St. George's online, midday with our Canon Gray. And I saw somebody who believed and was teaching God's word. I saw a community sharing in worship. It's funny because I always felt in my heart that I would come back to church someday, but I never thought I could find the time. I find that hilarious because once I started, I couldn't stop. Finding time for church is so not an issue. But back then, I knew a bit of church's worship, as in Sunday, but I didn't know of life outside the pews. In St. George's Kitchen Outreach is where I first discovered a love of serving together, and the beginning of devoting time in service. I would look around and I would learn from everyone. We served over 10,000 meals to families and seniors during COVID, and our meal bags have a sticker, caring for others because God cares for us all. That's the mission, and Jesus, who came to serve, is the model. And I love our church because it's not like the world. I see people in our church living differently, not perfectly, but with a difference in their interactions, in their diverse modeling of Jesus. I love when we are inclusive and welcoming of everybody. I love when we share God's gift of love with generosity. St. George's has a generous amount of property. At present, we're sharing this blessing in new ways. We recently planted a pollinator garden much admired by all the community groups, using our parish hall, looking through the windows at the bees and the butterflies. And new projects are underway with a community parkette and a makerspace renovation of our old carriage house. All of these benefit our neighboring community, involve relationships, and bringing God into. When considering stewardship, management of another's resources, and accountability, which will come, I guess I see time now as an opportunity to serve. Like so many, I look forward to spending quiet time with God, first in the morning and last at night. That's part of our Anglican faith. Life has become a rhythm of days that is shaped naturally, and the church is where I spend days in service. That doesn't mean that when I'm with my family that I love so much, or serving alongside others in our neighboring community, that I'm outside the church. I'm always thinking about church and wanting to share the true life. I'm always looking for ways the church can help meet the needs in the neighborhood. It's about relationships, and I pray for God to continue to grow me there. The ways I used to make a living are the ways I use in the church now, many of them, or in the neighboring community. I love hospitality still, and serving alongside others. I find serving outside of the church, in our neighborhood, alongside others, a wonderful way to create authentic relationship. Barriers come down and friendships form. We have so much beauty around us in the Blue Mountains. Life looks like a postcard. One of my favorite things to do is go swimming at sunrise in the beautiful blue waters of Georgian Bay with friends. Our community loves the bay. The best is seeing all the kids on the last day of school in their ritual, with their towels around their necks, riding their bicycles down to the bay for a swim. I need to spend more time remembering it is perfect beauty and created for enjoyment, but it also belongs to God, as does all the gift of creation surrounding, and I share responsibility in its care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Item 30 on the agenda is a second presentation on the theme by me. We did spend a little extra time with lunch, so what I'm proposing to do is that that presentation, as I prepared it, was going to include a little conversation and tables. It has a little more diving into what we mean by gift and grace and stewardship and so on. But I think what I'll do is I'll do that as a little video and short study thing. It would be better as 45 minutes in a smaller group anyway. So we'll save some time doing that, but hopefully that will become part of the resourcing that we use over the next while around what do we actually mean when we use these words stewardship and grace. So that means we can go to item 31, which is nominations to diocesan council from deanery councils. And Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs and Canon Jim Ferguson are going to handle this for us as mover and seconder. There she is. Oh yeah, there's one correction in here. This is the 186th Synod. So we just need to have a little correction there in the wording of the motion itself.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Thank you. I do think that's the most people who have ever sung me happy birthday at once before. So with the slight change, so that it's 186th Synod,
In the document, you have the list of clergy and lay nominees for diocesan council. The diocesan council year, which is, we're still trying to get our heads around with the shift in synod to the timing of things, but the year runs from synod to synod. So we're starting to call it the synodical year. So if you hear us, folks at Church House, talk about the synodical year, this is what we mean, and our diocesan council turns over at each synod. So I'm not going to read all the names. They are in your docket, but these are nominations that came from your clericus meetings and your deanery councils to be the folks who represent you on diocesan council before synod, between synods. So look at who your person is after we get this motion, because they should be reporting back to you as well. Your deanery should be receiving news back after diocesan council. So moved by myself and seconded by Canon Jim Ferguson, be it resolved that this synod confirm the elections of the deanery councils of the nominations to membership of diocesan council from the close of the 186th synod until the next annual synod of the Diocese of Huron.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a question or comment? London's alternate lay delegate. Well, I turned the page now. Where'd it go?
Yeah, there are two
Oh,
deaneries that's to be determined. So they will have to, they can do that at their next deanery council meetings. I'm looking at you, regional deans and lay co-chairs for those two areas. They will be able to add that on at that time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll have the question again. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? And that's carried. Thank you. What did I do here? There we go. All right, I'd like to invite Jane Townsend to come forward, please. And we're going to speak about bit of work in each of the pillar areas of our plan around Just Church, Diverse Church, and Learning Church, beginning with Jane speaking about Diocese of Huron Refugee Committee. There she is. I know we hit the fast forward button on the agenda. Sorry, Jane.
How do you think it will be when you can finally hold your 4 children after 8 long years? Her somber face lit up and the tears started to flow. I'll be so happy. I can finally touch my kids. I can see how tall they really are. Everything. This is a true parent's joy. I was moved by the sheer transformation of her face. She had had to leave her 4 children in the care of her mother after her life was threatened by an extremist group. Her only hope for her and her children was to become a refugee. Her children were 5, 7, 9, and 11 at the time. These children eventually had to flee out of their home country by themselves because the 2 older boys were nearing military age. They made their own way to safety at a refugee camp, and you, the people of Huron, brought first the mother and then the children, and you gave them hope. In another case, on October 9th of this year, a mom and her 4 children finally arrived in Canada after a harrowing 4 years. Originally, this Eritrean family of 8 had fled Sudan until April 23rd, when a civil war broke out. Dad and the 4 children fled and tried to make it back to Ethiopia. Mom took the older son and the 3 youngest children and headed to Uganda. Dad and his kids were sadly picked up, sent back to Eritrea, and Dad was killed. The 4 young children are still in jail until 2026. The youngest is this 13-year-old girl, and we don't know if they're living or not. but the diocese was there. I tell you these stories because I want to put a face to the over 100 people who came to this Diocese of Huron as permanent residents through our agreement with Immigration Canada this year. The greatest challenge for us right now, though, is that this ministry will be reduced and the number of people we can do in the coming years. Instead of being able to sponsor 100 or more people, this past year we had 50. And we are told to expect just yesterday less. For the first time, we are unsure if we are going to have enough spaces to handle all the requests that come in. We have faith and we believe we can do it, but we are heading caution. Canada is not as welcoming as it once was. Many of you who settle refugees tell me that people renting apartments say they don't want to rent to these people like that. We now talk about racism when the newcomers arrive. I feel like we've gone back decades. People are listening to a lot of numbers being thrown around that are not accurate. I have been told that last year there were over 100 million refugees allowed into this country. And maybe said with that, the figure is 58,300. 13% of the total number, which is 360,000 new permanent residents we are bringing into Canada. This figure is just above the number of people who die every year in Canada. It also includes many people such as my daughter-in-law who came from Italy. She was not a refugee, but she came with a dream. This ministry cannot have been done without the 11 people who sit on the Refugee Committee. Their job is to meet and walk with these families I told you about, help with the application, and meet with the newcomers when they come after as many as 4 years. I thank them for their gifts. We are in need of more volunteers, so please speak to me if you're at all interested, or my card is on the table. We have hundreds of people around this diocese who have, over the years, helped families settle. They are the feet and hands of Christ as they become emotionally attached to the new family, as they live that first year of joy, fear, hard work, learning the Canadian language and the culture. They give many hours to this ministry, and their hearts are at times quite angst. These same people also hold many other volunteer positions in their community, whether they are church-related or societal ones. They know they are called to live the gospel by assisting all people, at home or abroad. Also to note, over 30% of refugees get involved in volunteer work themselves. They want to give back. In closing, I'd like to thank all of you who in the past have helped, or your church or your deanery you represent has helped a newcomer to settle into Canada. Maybe you helped by driving, gave money, or donated needed supplies or furniture. The list is long. Can you please stand now and stay standing? This definitely includes all the Huron Church all the Huron Church House who helped this ministry as well. Can you please stand? Deaneries, parishes, and whatnot that you know of in your place. I know it's the Deanery of Waterloo. I know there's the Deanery of Lambton. I know, thank you. Okay, Sarnia, you're very involved. The North is very involved. I'm not seeing the people I know, and I know you're here. So please stand. You may have donated furniture, you may have done, thank you, Michael. Parish of St. Michael and All Angels, an amazing parish. Okay, Leamington, amazing. Right? Yes. Okay, you see, this ministry isn't just about some woman standing on the stage and her 11 committee members. It's the Diocese of Huron's ministry, and we are called to do it. Please join me in saying my favorite, most challenging part of the service, which we will need in a lot of ways in the Anglican Church in the next coming year. Glory to God, whose power working in us can do infinitely more than we can ask or imagine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. And to you and Elizabeth, thank you for your phenomenal commitment and leadership. I now move to speaking about a more diverse church and invite the Reverend Jordan Murray to come up, speaking about Diocese of Huron Proud Anglicans.
Good afternoon, Synod. Thank you, Bishop Chod, and all of you today for the opportunity to speak with you about a renewed approach to Proud Anglicans. My siblings in Christ, the Church is a tapestry, threads of many colors woven by the Holy Spirit into one body. Today I am pleased to share how Proud Anglicans of Huron is helping us to live that truth in deed and action, through education, spiritual care, and community. Too many in our communities that make up our diocese, especially LGBT Anglicans and allies, still ask fundamental questions. Is there room for my story here? Is there a safe place here for my faith to grow? Our answer to this, of course, is rooted in the gospel and affirmed in our baptismal covenant. We are one in Christ, and we will respect the dignity of every human being. Dignity in the case of LGBTQ individuals often is as simple as acceptance, safety, and a sense of belonging. To further engage this work, Proud Anglicans' renewed approach centers on 3 focal points. As St. Paul reminds us in 1 Corinthians, the body does not consist of one member, but many. If the eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of you, we as the Church cannot say that any part of the body of Christ does not belong. Diversity in the body is essential to our very identity, and yet we are often challenged by the lives and experiences of others. Lives and experiences we may not always understand or relate to. So our first focal point centers around education. Proud Anglicans of Huron will be working on the creation, adaptation of, and referral of theological and educational resources that foster understanding and inclusion. This is education for love's sake. When complex questions arise in our communities around sexuality, gender identity, and belonging, we want to help equip all of us, clergy and lay, leaders in any way, to respond with the compassionate love of Christ. Of course, this education toward a compassionate understanding centers itself on Jesus' command that we love each other as he has loved us. And one way his love is expressed is with presence and listening. Spiritual care, then, is the second of our focal points moving forward. We hope to provide avenues of support that emphasize pastoral care, tailored for LGBTQ folks, spaces of prayer, ways to accompany, assistance in developing compassionate listening. For those who've felt marginalized by the Church, spiritual care is the difference between being tolerated and being treasured. Picture someone sitting in one of your pews for the last few months, unsure if there is a home for them there. I ask you, how can we affirm for them in a church that has often been hostile that there is space for them to be themselves, with all their imperfections? Spiritual care, friends, doesn't need to be complicated. Your parish doesn't need to hold a special liturgy for LGBT folks or march in the Pride Parade, though these are both wonderful offerings. Sometimes simple acts of intention can make all the difference. A warm welcome or listening ear that says, I really care about your story, about where you've been, about your lived experience. An experience that says that Your differences from my own are not stumbling blocks, but gifts. It can be as subtle as a pride pin worn on your shirt or a sticker on your door. Spiritual care to someone who might feel like they don't belong or won't be safe. What might go unnoticed by most of us here could be essential to another who may feel lost and lonely. When one member suffers, we all suffer, and when one is honored, we all rejoice. Spiritual care turns our hearts to each other to see Christ in each and every one of us. And of course, neither education nor spiritual care happen in isolation. Community is where these two components are embodied. Proud Anglicans will work to facilitate welcoming spaces for connection, for storytelling, and celebration. Opportunities for our congregations to look upon difference and diversity as strengths and discover that each one's gifts enrich our common life together. To know and be truly known. To find strength in the diversity that is the body of Christ. To achieve these goals and serve our diocese well, we are embracing a slightly decentralized model, empowering deanery representatives and local volunteers so that ministry might meet local needs with agility and care. We recognize, of course, that gender and sexuality, while important, are only one element of the difference and diversity in our diocese, and that this diversity so often intersects with the other elements in our lives. We do not want to build a ministry that is only focused on our major cities, but reflects and serves the church in rural and urban, big city neighborhoods, farming towns, and indigenous communities. Now, here comes the ask you've all been waiting for. To accomplish all of this, we need a strong base of volunteers. If you know individuals in your community who could benefit from connection and community, who might have the energy to lead and coordinate activities or events in their local areas, or if you need help in your own context, responding to the needs of LGBT neighbors across the pew from you, please reach out. Reach out to myself or the Reverend Hannah Scorer. Visit our Proud Anglicans table in the hall today. Say hi. Much of our work is still in development, and we need the strength of community and trust in Christ to move forward. Friends, diversity is always a strength. This isn't a catchy slogan of secular DEI initiatives, as important as those are. For us, it is much more. Diversity is foundational to the body of Christ, that is the church to which we belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan, and excellent work. I'd like to invite now Libby Clifford and Valerie Kenyon. Where are they? Oh, there you are, popping up from there.
Here comes Libby.
And Libby, now while Libby's coming over, I just want to say that Libby and Margaret and Graham are reminding me of General Synod that was here. I didn't make any mention of General Synod being in London this past year, and in this place and in the RBC Center. And these three coordinated a committee that welcomed and showed hospitality, local arrangements for our people from all across Canada in the Anglican Church. And it was a marvelous group of people. Thank you for your leadership, but thank you to all of you who were involved in that. The feedback from people who came to London for General Synod was so positive about the experience they had here, the atmosphere they were in, the facilities, and just the work that was done at General Synod. And it was a delight to be able to receive some of that from them. But thank you, and thank you to the Diocese of Huron for the commitment we made to our own church nationally in hosting that. Now we're going to... But That's not what we're here to talk about. Learning Church.
Learning Church. Good afternoon. Synod, my name is Val Kenyon, and I am the animator of Education for Ministry with the Diocese of Huron. This is the very hardworking Livy Clifford, who is the diocesan EFM coordinator. Okay. Better? Better? No? Okay. Okay. Bishop Todd has asked us to share a few minutes about what EFM is and what it is and what it has. Simple slides here. So, Libby, at its most essential, what is ministry?
Education for Ministry is a program for laity, the collarless ministry, the ministry of our baptism. Although Scripture is certainly involved, it is much more than a Bible study. It's an opportunity to gather, to participate in a safe environment where people can reflect on Christianity, discover exactly what they believe.
So what is it that EFM has to offer both to individuals and to parishes as well?
Simply put, people say that it changes their life. Many participants begin the program with a perception of the Bible that they learned from the stories in Sunday school. And that is when they form their beliefs. As they read, discuss, and reflect with others, their faith changes. Common comment is, my faith has grown and my faith has deepened. They could gain confidence and learn the words to be able to describe of their faith and to be comfortable talking about it with others. Participants learn to see where God is in all aspects of their daily life.
That's wonderful for individuals. What about parishes?
For parishes, it's kind of a bonus. EFM grads are a real resource for parishes because they have developed a real comfort level in relating biblical concepts and actually attaching them to their lives. As part of the program, they will begin to discern what their role might be in a parish. They may be a knowledgeable participant or a leader in a Bible study or other parish activities and committees. Some may realize that they need to study more. They're a lifelong learner. They may become a licensed lay reader, or they may attend seminary.
There are 4 key principles and practices essential to EFM. First is living in community. 6 to 12 participants form a tight knit group where it's safe to explore and share their beliefs, to begin to see perspective on many different things. Prayer and worship is always very important. Each week will begin with a form of prayer or worship led by one of the participants. Theological reflection central to everything. Goals and reach out to us and learn more.
Thank you. There's lots and lots of learning going on in that EFM program. I support it strongly, along with so many other resources we have around. We're very fortunate. We're going to hear, after a little, just one more presentation, we'll hear from 3 of the schools in our, who live in our
breath here for a minute. It always is terrifying, even though I've been an ordered clergy for 20 some odd years, it's still terrifying for me anytime I get in front of a microphone. Because sometimes my brain and my mouth don't talk to one another. So I have notes to make sure that I don't take you on some wild ride in Jen's brain. Have you all seen this? You've seen it? If you haven't, grab a copy of it. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm keeping it a surprise. But I bring you greetings, my friends, from Canterbury College, from the staff and the board at Canterbury and Windsor. So there's a part on the map, and a few of you have heard me say this today. There's a part on the map that is, where the kind of the lines get all blurry. It's usually just south of south of London, and it says a big sign on there that says there be monsters here. Well, that's Windsor. Don't forget we're here. We're grateful for all of your ongoing generosity, from prayer to donations, from student support and involvement in our programs. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm so glad that Bishop Todd talked earlier about the small things in his charge this morning. And I'm always amazed at the synchronicities that the Spirit brings when this kind of thing happens, because that's what I want to chat about. I know that you have pored over our report, right? Come on, give me a little bit here. Yes, I got one person that's read it. 2, yes, that's better than last time. So we got, you poured over our report, you know all everything there is to know, and you have so many questions for me. But you know that we don't have time to answer them all here. But come by and see me in the last few minutes of the day, or you have my information. You can find me by just getting in touch with Canterbury, and we would love to talk to you. And I have a question for you. Who here has heard the story of that mustard seed thing? Remember this? Reach them up high. Have you heard the story before? Which one? The good one? I don't know. The one where Jesus talks about this tiniest of little seeds, and how in time it blossoms and becomes what? This huge plant, right? With not only food, but shelter and safety and security for birds and beasts alike. And this tiny little thing, so seemingly insignificant on its own, provides a place for new things to be birthed into the world, and to go off and add beauty and diversity and health. And I and many of my colleagues here have taught this parable many times. How many of our clergy friends have taught this parable? Nobody? I'm the only one? Oh, okay, we got 7. Okay, good. Is this a story you might want to try out in your congregations? We use it to encourage people to be faithful, to take that small seed of faith, to say that it doesn't take a whole lot of faith, but that God does amazing things with small things, right? There's great potential there in small things, and we know this. And it's all well and good to talk about that story in terms of faith and how we can be faithful people. But it's more than that. It's a story about how we can be as children of God, how we should see ourselves. It's in the little things that we do, and the little changes that we make, and the little ways that we reflect on and adjust how we are in the world. And yes, each of us is just a tiny speck in the great vastness of the universe, but God does amazing things with each and every one of us. Amen? That one can of food that you sent, that you donated, not only feeds a student, but brings hope and a knowledge that someone out there cares about them and inspires them to keep going so that they can change the world. A can of food, believe it or not. That $20 gift card that you put in to help all of the students across our diocese is a sign of grace in times of lack, and helps to ease not only the basic human needs, but that feeling of failure that accompanies so many of our students when they can't make ends meet. These little things, this kind of little thing, is a seed of love that has effects far greater than the temporal. At Canterbury, we believe that God blesses and amplifies the small things. especially when we examine ourselves and ask, where are my blind spots? Where are my biases? How can I be who God calls me to be? Am I running out of time? Thank you. It just went up. We believe God blesses the lives, the lived responses to the call to discipleship, to be always learning, always growing. So I did some math last night because I couldn't sleep. A small investment of 1/52nd or 1.9% of your Saturdays in a year in understanding more deeply how I can live in better relationship with my fellow human beings, with fellow marginalized folks in the marginalized communities, may lead to a deeper understanding of hospitality, God's love for all, the ways we unintentionally assign deficiency to difference, and may change the way we move in the world, extending welcome in amazingly different kinds of ways. Did you know that we have Saturday courses? Thank you. You're picking up when I'm laying down. An 18-hour course may seem like a lot, but we have 8,760 hours available to us in a year, minus 555 for sleep, more or less. 6,205 hours we have available for education. So one course equals 0.2% of your available waking hours. What can God do with that? How about an AI course that helps us understand not only the environmental impact, devastating environmental impact of AI, but how to use it ethically, how to understand what the world is asking us to understand. And find out, because of this tiny seed of investment of time in continuing education, you feel a new spark in your ministry. You feel that maybe your ministry could grow differently, that you could reach different kinds of people, that you could engage different kinds of people. And as your ministry grows, people's lives change, all because you took a tiny seed of your time and planted it. At Canterbury, we believe in the transformative power of God to take the small things and make them extraordinary. We believe that an educated laity sows seeds of curiosity and confidence and leadership and vocation. We believe that clergy dedicated to lifelong learning ignite new possibilities, new passions, new fires, curiosity, and increased engagement across the board. Through learning, we grow in faith. We discover vocation. We expand God's mission, and we live into God's dream for all creation. We are Canterbury College, the smallest college, not in the world, but in the diocese. And God is using us to help your ministries grow in new and innovative ways. Thank you for all the ways that you help us do that. See you in class.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Canterbury. I see Dr. Dan Smith heading to the podium from Huron University College. Dan is the Vice President Academic, Dean of FAS, Dean of Theology. He does 3 jobs. He doesn't look like 3 people. Although maybe inside those clothes there's an academic dean, and then there's a FAS, and there's a theology. That's why he's so tall.
Yeah, it's 3 people stacked up. Yeah. Thank you, Bishop, and good afternoon, everyone. What a delight last night to worship together, and today to gather as the people of God in this place, in this newly refurbished Cathedral Church of St. Paul. Congratulations to Dean Kevin George and to Bishop and to the Diocese for this remarkable transformation. It's really wonderful to see. So I'm very happy to bring greetings from Huron University College to the 186th Synod of the Diocese of Huron on behalf of Dr. Barry Craig, who sends his regrets. Although he was in the 100 level at the Jays game last night, so I don't know how regretful he was. So Barry sends his greetings. How about that? Once again, I'm happy to report that we are seeing another year of record enrollment at Huron College. Faculty of Arts and Social Science first year class is once again our largest ever at just over 800, which brings our total enrollment to nearly 2,300. Higher than expected domestic acceptances made up for lower than hoped for international registrations. In the Faculty of Theology, we're seeing more and more applicants selecting the Master of Theological Studies program, with concentrations in spiritual care and chaplaincy and Islamic studies being preferred. Overall, it's good news that our enrollment in the master's level programs is stable, while the general enrollment boom at Huron means that we have larger than ever classes in our bachelor's level offerings in religious studies. I'm also very happy to let Synod know that the Faculty of Theology has been awarded a $1 million US grant from the Lilly Endowment's Pathways for Tomorrow initiative. That's just about $1.4 million when we cashed the check last Thursday. Thank you. Our 5-year project is called Forming for the Future, Theological Education for Emerging Ministry Leadership, and it will build upon the proven success of our Licentiate in Theology diploma program. Thanks largely to the leadership of Reverend Dr. Cannon, I don't know if I got the words in the right order, thanks to Gray Bocott and his leadership, our online LTH has become the program of choice for Anglicans across Canada who are seeking to deepen their faith and prepare for ministry in our changing church. This large grant will enable us to implement significant program enhancements in the LTH while also building connections to our master's level degree programs. If you'd like more information, feel free to visit our website at huronu.ca and you'll see the news story right on our main page. I'd also like to mention that this year's RT Orr lecturer will be Dr. Jerusha Rhodes, who is Professor of Islam and Interreligious Engagement at Union Theological Seminary. Dr. Rhodes will give a lecture on creation and human difference on Thursday, November the 13th, and will present a workshop on interreligious engagement and justice on the following morning. Everyone is welcome, and I'll make sure that details are communicated through the diocese's upcoming events email. Finally, I know, because many of you have come by to say hello, I know that there are a great many Huron alumni among the clergy and lay delegates to Synod who contribute actively to the success of the Faculty of Theology and our university in various ways. So I want to take this opportunity to express on behalf of Huron my deep gratitude for the faithful support of both individual donors and parishes from across the diocese who contribute to the work of Huron. Your support of student financial aid and academic prizes provides our students with much needed resources that allow them to pursue their theological education and preparation for leadership and ministry. So thank you very much. And if you've not already done so, please stop by the Huron table and pick up an alumni pin. And we also have these really cool little patches with the Huron crest that you can sew right onto your blazer. I have a few of those left. So thanks again for an opportunity to say a few words. And again, on behalf of Dr. Craig and myself, we at Huron are deeply grateful for the many ways that we can collaborate with the diocese to support one another in our work in God's kingdom. Thanks, Bishop.
Thank you, Dan. And from Renison University College, the Reverend Dr. Mark Jerry, who's the president of Renison. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Bishop. Bishop Todd, Eminent Chancellor, I just want to say I'm grateful for a chance to bring you greetings from Renison and share a little swag. The head table might have noticed that our beautiful new Renison coasters secretly appeared under all of their cups at lunchtime. And if you flip them over is the QR code for donations. Friends, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mark Jerry. I'm the President and Vice Chancellor of Renison University College. This is my second visit now to the Diocese of Huron's Synod, and I'm grateful for a chance to bring a few words of greeting on behalf of our board chair, Karen Spencer, who's finishing her term as chair this fall. And of course, on behalf of Scott, our chaplain, who is here with me as well today. I'm going to do just three things. I need to say a word of thanks on a couple of notes, so I will note that. I want to spend a couple of minutes just telling you about what's happened at Renison over this last year and some signs of hope moving forward. And then finally, I want to tell you a little story that I think encapsulates what Renison is about. Does that work okay? Great. So three quick things. First, just as Dan and Jen have done on behalf of Renison, I do want to express sincere thanks to you in the diocese, the many of you who are alumni and who have lived in our residences, who met their spouses in the residence, who have a connection to Renison, to say thank you for your support. We cannot do, and our students cannot succeed without the support that you provide, and so this is a public opportunity for me to say thank you to you. We're grateful for the donors, we're grateful to the diocese, and especially to Bishop Todd for the support and confidence of the work that we do at Renison. So number one was thanks. Number two is a little bit about Renison. As many of you know, the post-secondary sector in Ontario is under substantial pressure all across the sector, not just in the church colleges. And so, as many of you know, in addition to being a professor and theologian, I am also an economist. And so my work in this past year has about leading a financial restructuring of Renison to ensure our long-term sustainability and viability. And so we have succeeded at that. It was a $2.3 million restructuring process that is now complete, and I'm pleased to report that for 2025-2026, we are operating in a balanced budget position. And so now it's time to start looking at signs of hope and opportunities of what's next. One of the things that we do extremely well is around our residence community and supporting our resident students. And so this spring, we're going to be launching a campaign to add 3 floors to our newest academic building and 96 beds to improve and increase the opportunities for students to live and be a part of a small, faith-filled community on the University of Waterloo campus. So I'm excited about as that work continues to unroll. Finally, a couple of other things. I'm very excited. Coming soon, we're going to continue to revamp and reevaluate the Renison Institute for Ministry, and so we're looking forward to conversations with that to share our part in the learning goals of the Synod to be a part of education in the Synod. And so that's coming forward. We're excited about those pieces. And in our programming, our 3 major credit areas are social development studies, social work, and culture and language studies. Yesterday, which is why I didn't quite make it to worship last evening, we graduated 107 new Master of Social Work students as part of the University of Waterloo Convocation. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that we have done, and I'm excited about where many of these students are going to go to make a difference in the world. Finally, I want to say something about truth and reconciliation. In my previous role, I was president of Luther College at the University of Regina. Regina is a very different context than Southern Ontario, but the point about truth and reconciliation and the work of indigenization and decolonization is no less important in Southern Ontario than what it was in Southern Saskatchewan. And so, I want to use a Woodland Cree phrase that describes what I hope will be what Renison's journey in decolonization will look like. And the phrase is this, Mamawe Etoatak, which means walking together. And so in this coming year, one of our priorities is about walking together and continuing our discussions about what indigenization and truth and reconciliation looks like at Renison. Finally, I want to finish with a little story. I'm Facebook friends with several of you, and so you will know that last week I was in China, in Beijing. And what I want to say about that is a little bit of an experience around welcoming the stranger. When I walked into the cafeteria at Beijing Normal University, you need to know that when you walk in, there is no English. They are all Chinese characters. There's not even numbers to say, you know, I want dish number 1 or 2 or whatever. Nobody spoke a word of English, and I'm quite sure I went 10 days without seeing a fork. I need to tell you, there was a moment of panic at the beginning of the trip when I'm standing in the cafeteria going, I have no idea how to get food. I have no idea how to articulate what it is that I want to eat. And what struck me was, as you know, Renison has an English Language Institute, and so we welcome international students from all over the world, China included, China, Japan, and Korea, and they come to our place standing in my cafeteria, not knowing how to order or what to do. And so it was a very powerful experience for me to remind me about what it is that Renison does in welcoming the stranger and welcoming people to Canada as part of our English language programming. And so that moment of panic has now turned into a moment of appreciation of the kind of work that we like to do at Renison. So my hope is, with your help and your support, we'll continue that welcoming the stranger and continuing the work of supporting our community as we go forward at Renison. My friends, thank you for a chance to speak and give a quick update from our college.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And you know, we have a genuine appreciation for the work of the schools in a very difficult environment. And the work of administrative leaders in a time like this is very, very difficult to do. So you do so many different things and make difficult decisions for those schools. Thank you for the faithfulness you've done that with. And thank you also for sponsoring our refreshment times while you've been here. Another sign of your generosity and goodness. So thank you very much, all three of you. This is an opportunity for us to sing again along with Lawrence, who has moved to the piano this time for In Christ Alone. just want to say that on the cross, the love of God was satisfied, and that we're going to have a break thanks to Huron University College. We'll be back at 3:05.
Let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli.
chicken parm,
Hamburgers. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hour is a time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun.
Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day.
At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire. We love campfire.
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest. Me, 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 me.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
A lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli.
chicken parm,
Hamburgers. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, pasta, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hour is a time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun.
Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day.
At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire. We love campfire.
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest. Me.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
A lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions, with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli.
chicken parm,
Hamburgers. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, pasta, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hour is a time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun. Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day. At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire! We love campfire!
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest. Me.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
A lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions, with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli!
chicken parm,
Hamburgers! Buffalo chicken wraps! Buffalo chicken wraps! Buffalo chicken wraps!
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye,
Flashback!
low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hours are time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun.
Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day.
At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire! We love campfire!
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest. Me.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff. They're pretty awesome, but I'm a little biased. Along with the main dishes, we have tons of variety here. Whether it's cereal, fruit, and yogurt in the morning, or salads and sandwiches at lunch and dinner, there's always extra food for our campers to fill up on. We eat in the dining hall, where each cabin gets its own table, and campers and counselors share a meal. We accommodate allergies and dietary restrictions, with special meals safely prepared in our kitchen.
My favorite meal at camp is tacos,
Ravioli.
chicken parm,
Hamburgers. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps. Buffalo chicken wraps.
There you have it. That's what we eat at Camp Huron.
A lot of people wonder what it's like to be a camper here at Camp Huron.
Well, let's take a look at a day in the life of a camper here at camp.
We wake up and then we head over to the dining hall for breakfast at 9 a.m.
Next, you jump into your day with the rest of your cabin for some super fun sessions.
Like archery, bullseye, low ropes course, crafts, games and sports, and more.
We take a short break to cool off, then it's back to the dining hall for lunch.
Next, rest hour is a time for you to relax or spend time with other cabins.
Before an afternoon of more fun-filled sessions.
Afterwards, the campers come down to the beach to have some fun in the sun.
Next, dinner is served to fuel the campers for their last session of the day.
At the end of the day, we head over for chapel for a 10-minute service of songs, stories, and prayer. We meet at chapel once in the morning and once in the evening.
After chapel is our evening event, which changes every day throughout the week. But our favorite...
Campfire. We love campfire.
After campfire, it's time for our campers to go back to the cabin and get some well-deserved rest.
So, that's a typical day in the life of a camper.
And there's so much more to discover when you come to
Camp Huron!
A lot of people wonder, what do we eat at Camp Huron? Come on, let's find out. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are made in the kitchen by our kitchen staff.
Or a place to stand, whatever you like. And it's the chancellor thinks that you just all want to hang out together all day and you don't want to actually get the meeting over with. which is a really good sign. Okay. Well, we're on to item 41 of the agenda, which is another look at stewardship along the lines of our theme, Stewards of the Gift. And I'd like to invite the Reverend Andrew O'Neill to come up and just by way of introduction, years ago when Andrea was, well, it's not that long ago, Andrea, but years ago when Andrea was in the financial world and helping people with finances, she had a combo Christian understanding and financial world understanding of resources that I learned a lot from over the years, and eventually encouraged her to study some theology, and other people encouraged, and so on. And here she is, years later, a parish priest in the diocese, and still talking about stewardship to us. But one of the people, along with the Reverend Kevin Dixon and people like that, who through the years have really shaped my understanding of stewardship. So I've asked Andra to speak to us about this. She's spoken in lots of deaneries, and you've probably had her in our congregation, many of you, to speak about this, but to give us an idea of some resources and to encourage us in the doability of having a focus for a whole year and then perpetually on stewardship. So over to you. Thank you, Andra.
Thank you. Okay, is this height okay? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Well, thank you. I appreciate Bishop Todd inviting me to spend some of his precious time with you this synod. It's been a number of years, and though he says it wasn't very long, it was like 25 years ago, I think, I was first asked to do some stewardship leadership by Bishop Bruce, so you know how time moved along. What I was hoping to do today, as Bishop Todd asked me, was to talk about some resources and some ways of thinking about and living into stewardship in your parishes or areas, however you choose. And this is going to be rooted in the experience of ourselves as followers of Christ and stewardship as part of how we live out that calling. Stewardship, it was interesting because Roz talked today about the revelation that we experience in our different ministries as we discover things. And I do truly think that the life of a steward, the life of someone who is a follower of Christ and begins to be able to appreciate the generosity of God in our own lives and in our world, experiences a revelation. And with most revelation, it usually does require us beginning with prayer and reflection, the request to be able to understand what it is to be a receiver and a responder to God's generosity. And then when we hopefully are beginning to feel that communication in that language with God, we're able to act in a very joyful and satisfying way as disciples of Christ. So I just thought I would start with something that I just learned or witnessed at my new church. I've been there since March, so it's not that new, but I'm out in St. George's Denfield. And the very first thing I discovered about this church, other than the fact that they have a great time when they get together, and I have to interrupt everybody's talking to start the service, they have a wonderful practice that encapsulates so beautifully what it is to be joyful and reflect on God's activity in your lives and the goodness of your life. So what happens at St. George's at the beginning of every service is we have what's called the good news. And people wave or raise their hand, and the priest or whoever it is, but usually it's me, goes up to them, and they share a piece of good news from their life, whatever it may be. And they will put a small offering of some kind into what is, I think, a peanut butter jar. I mean, we're not trying to be too ornate about the whole thing. But this sharing of good news is so infectious that when you are sitting there listening to people share the good news of their life, you begin to just be brought into the very thing that God has done for us, which is all the good things that we have. So I do want to say, this sharing of good news goes from the littlest children to our most senior members. So sometimes the good news is that we're sleeping over at grandma's, or it's 57 days till Christmas, or I'm dressing up as a whatever for Halloween. And of course, that warms the heart of the adults who remember what it's like to find joy in the most simple things. And then, of course, all the way through the parish, we hear wonderful things from people. Sometimes it's an update on grandchildren. Sometimes it's a recovery from something. It's the whole range. We're all living humans, and we all know that life has good things in it alongside harder things. So I just wanted to share the concept of good news with you. And I'm sure in some parishes you do similar things, but what I'm going to ask you to do this afternoon, because it's kind of getting into that time of day where all the smart people in the Mediterranean have a nap, we might benefit from, if you could just at your tables, take an opportunity to share with each other a piece of good news from your life. And I mean, don't think too hard about it, just whatever comes to you that you feel is a good thing. If you could just take a few minutes to talk to each other and share a piece of good news that you've experienced today, last week, whenever you like. We're going to give this about 15 seconds more, so if you can just make sure everybody's had a chance. Okay, if I could just draw everybody's attention back to the front here for a moment. Well, the energy level in the room definitely came up a little bit. There's no doubt about that. Are there any tables that would want to share a piece of good news that you heard? I guess you shouldn't share somebody else's. Does anybody want to share their good news? Anybody? Oh my gosh. That's big. That's big. Well done. Anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry. He cleaned out his garage. There you go. Yes, John. Wonderful. That's a family from Nigeria is joining them this Sunday for the first time. And I know from experience that that will be a wonderful thing. Anybody else? Amazing. That is great news. If you didn't hear that, the abbreviated version, not because it was too long, but just so I don't mess it up, is that funding has been received to provide children's aid care for Indigenous children from an Indigenous perspective rather than part of CAS. So, very good news. One more. Whoever, where am I going? Oh, whoever I'm supposed to point to, go ahead. Very nice. Thanks, Matt. So as part of the good news, I mentioned that people will make an offering. And what is meaningful about making an offering when you're offering good news, and I'm not asking anyone here for an offering right now, but we are talking about stewardship, is that in expressing good news and the offering goes in, that is an offering of joy. It's a return part of the conversation. It's a response to the goodness in life that is received. And that gathering up of offerings over time at St. George's Stenfield ends up being money that we give out for outreach. And that is really the kind of thing you want to do with that kind of offering, that Thanksgiving offering and those type of moments. So I thought this was a nice way to lead into some of the parts of stewardship that are really important to us, but I was hoping you'd remember this moment so that we don't forget when we get into actual budget preparation that stewardship is not really about fundraising at all. Stewardship is about recognizing God in the world and in your life and how you choose to respond to God. That's what being a steward of the gifts of God really is. And one thing I also think is very important for us to reflect on is what is it that we are stewards of? So we've already heard from Bishop Todd about some of the very important things we're stewards of in the diocese, like property, like one another, refugees, like Jane was saying. And I just want to say there are a number of Townsend relatives speaking today, and so we appreciate you being patient with us, but we can't help it. It's in our blood, I guess, or in our marriage, in Jane's case. But those are all critical things we're stewards of, but I wouldn't want us to forget that we are stewards of the gospel. Our very most important thing, I would say, my own reflection, is that the gospel is the thing that we are most deeply in care of and have responsibility for. And sometimes that can be helpful when we're sitting down to plan in our parishes and look to the future or do mission and ministry plans, just to try to remember, yes, it's people, yes, it's buildings, land, communities, it is always the gospel and the message there that so many in our communities have not heard ever. And that's a wonderful thing for us to have in front of us. So when we think about giving in response to God's gifts to us, I'm going to speak for a moment about first fruits. I think we've all heard about first fruits because it is scriptural, because it's in that thing that is so important to us, that we're stewards of, and it's in that book, that sacred group of books that guide our lives, the words of Christ, the revelation of God. When we talk about first fruits, it can be a very helpful way of thinking about your own giving, your own offering. And when I say offering, I mean of your own resources. And of course, that includes your gifts, your spiritual gifts. It includes your time, which of course is spiritual gifts too, and your treasure, or I'm just going to call it money. I just want to give you a moment to recover if that's hard for you. Money. That's why I'm doing this. Money isn't a bad thing, but I do understand that talking about money in the church is almost as terrifying as going to the doctor for physical. It's stressful, nobody wants to do it, and it's uncomfortable. But Jesus talked about money quite a bit. And the reason Jesus talked about money is because Jesus understood the world we live in and the kingdom that Jesus was bringing to us. And what Jesus knew about that was the economy of this world and the economy of the kingdom were at odds with one another, and that was going to be very difficult for us, that this was going to be one of the hardest things that we were going to have to tackle as Jesus followers. And so Jesus addresses it regularly. And one of the things he talks about is first fruits, which was a practice of the followers of God, of the Israelite people. And when we think about first fruits in probably fairly simple terms, not easy, but the simplest terms, is to think about the first fruits being the first thing produced from whatever. In the case of the scriptures, it's a crop or a fruit tree. The first thing that comes from that planted thing that is of value, that is the purpose, that is the creation of it. And taking that very first thing and making it an offering to God is what we're asked to think about doing as people of faith. Now, what is built into the concept of first fruits are a couple of really important things for stewardship and people like you who will be leaders in your communities when it comes to stewardship. First fruits means the first decision that you make about your time and your money and your abilities is about the portion that goes to God. It's the first decision. And what's challenging about it is when someone who's got a crop and their very first fruits are there and they take them and they offer them to God, they don't have any guarantee that more fruits are coming. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know the rest of the crop is coming, or that the tree will produce more fruit, that there won't be some kind of drought or storm that destroys it. Part of what it is to be a follower of Jesus is to know to choose first what we offer to God from all of our gifts and abilities, and to have to trust God that the rest of it will be okay. Being a steward requires faith. What I'd like to do next is move from these thoughts into some of how that lives out its life in our churches. So we know that there are some very practical things that we do need to think about in stewardship, and our bishop has asked us to accept his charge and move forward with his charge to consider seriously engaging in stewardship in our communities over the next year. I'm very excited about that, because when we do that as a community of this size, and I kind of wish you could all be up here because you get a much better sense of how many people are in this room. When we do that as a community of this size, paper, what it would look like to engage in stewardship for a 1-year period of time. And just in the simplest terms, that kind of thing generally means about 6 months of leaning into these type of concepts. We're able to share with people the theological parts, how stewardship is part of our faith, the trust, the sharing of good news, just developing these experiences and understanding of how giving is a response to receiving. And so it's important to take the time to do that. So in a 1-year period of time, really don't panic if the first 6 months are all about learning together, because that's so important. The next 6 months then can be time to talk about the spiritual gifts of the people in your community. Talk to one another, come to understand what people have to offer. And then as you work through that 6 months, you have time then to look at things like your mission and ministry plan, things you're hoping for your parish, what that means in terms of financial assets you might need, and then individually asking people to be prayerful through that time and consider what it would mean to them to think of their giving as an offering of first fruits. What this means in really clear terms is, do people want to consider doing a pre-authorized giving commitment? Because that is the most common thing in churches that have stable financial situations. It's just so easy to see. I don't even have to ask if I'm looking at a church and they say they're pretty stable financially. I really don't have to ask how much pre-authorized giving do they have, because I'll already know. That's a really great way to tell the story of first fruits in that second half of the year if you choose to do something like a 12-month conversation about stewardship and engagement with stewardship. So with pre-authorized giving, it sounds like I'm just making a commitment through my bank and I lose the feeling of putting money in the plate and things like that. But actually, theologically, it requires you to sit down at the beginning of the year and decide what your gift will be before you know anything else about the year, and make the gift. It requires faith. Of course you can make changes if you need to, but there's something about making that commitment and saying, hit the go button, which is send on email or whatever it may be, and say, just let this unfold. There'll be lots of people in this room who use pre-authorized giving, and I know I've used pre-authorized giving for a long time. And one thing you'll just want to keep in mind is we also need to change our amounts in our pre-authorized giving over time. We don't want to forget to change that amount. So that's another thing that's in the email I have, which is to change your pre-authorized giving form so that you have that. But that can be very important. And when you have a community that's facing some challenges in your finances, if you're looking at your budget, it can be really meaningful to people to communicate what you need from them. If there's this many people in the parish and we're this short on what we're trying to do, that translates into about this much per family that would close that gap. This is getting right down into the practical conversations. But most things in our life, we know exactly what is needed and what we need to do to make it happen. And in the church, we're not as good at communicating what we need and what it's for, so that people can decide for themselves as faithful responders to God's goodness. A couple other very simple things that you can do that really change things for your church are things like your memorial donations. And I've noticed since our stewardship committee from, it's probably 10 years ago now, Matt would know, when we were out in the deaneries, a lot has changed in the diocesan stewardship because we see things that we didn't see before. But things like when someone has died and you see in their obituary that now they will say memorial donations to their church, that has begun to increase over time. And that's something we were recommending because it's a wonderful way to communicate the life of someone faithful, that they want people to support their church and they believe in the future of their church after their life. And you're just asking other people if they would want to honor that person's life of faith by, instead of flowers, sending a gift to their church. It's very simple, but it's actually been quite effective in many parishes. When it comes to larger gifts, now you can only take in so much without paper. You can write down certain things, but whatever I'm talking about, I'll get information out to everyone, and if I don't get something out to you and you need to know, I'm on the website. My name is Andra O'Neill. Don't look under Townsend because I'm an O'Neill. And please don't call my husband Patrick Townsend. He gets really offended. It only took about 5 years so people stopped calling him Patrick Townsend. I just want to briefly address larger gifts. At the beginning of our day, Bishop Townsend talked about generations, 3 generations back and 3 generations forward, and then our generation, whatever your generation may be. And when we're thinking about our larger gifts, that's things you may decide to do through your will. It doesn't have to be your will. You could decide to do that while you're living, which can be very rewarding as well. With those larger gifts, you want to be aware, again, that you're expressing faith in Christ's church living on after you. When I was at St. Mark's, and I think I've spoken to this at Synod before, but when I was at St. Mark's in London, my previous parish, we received a gift from a woman I had visited, but she'd never been able to speak to me, so I didn't know her very well. But she wasn't of great means. But she and her husband, who'd predeceased her, left a sizable gift to the church, totally undesignated. I think it was $365,000, and we had no idea it was coming, and it came during COVID, if you can imagine. Imagine how badly we needed that. And we were so happy to get the money, but the effect of that gift on our parish was not financial. We felt such responsibility to her and her faith because she left it to us with no designation, total faith in us, total faith in the Spirit acting in and through us. And it really affected us. And I shared that news, or the wardens may have shared it with everyone on Zoom because it was COVID, and you could just, the emotion was incredible. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make our final testimony a testimony of our faith in what we have experienced as children of God and what we expect God will do in the future of the church. So again, you can see that this is really a faith act for me and Kevin, who's been working with me, and Todd, and Matt, who I've worked with in stewardship, and Heather Mahler, who I've worked with in stewardship. This is where you really find your joy. The energy rises when you're talking about these things instead of coming down because people are uncomfortable. So my hope is that you're able to see that beginning with good news and the experience of offering in response to joy is what leads you through all these parts of stewardship. It allows you to engage in a conversation and a language with God in response to God's love that really is like a form of prayer because you're communicating and you're responding with thanksgiving. So I hope some of these things have been helpful for you. I know you're going to be looking at budgets soon, and that's always a good thing because you can get excited about what's coming next for your parish. And I'm really, really excited for this diocese. If we're able to engage in stewardship over the next year, I really can't wait to hear your good news when we get back here for Synod. Amen.
Thank you, Andra. And that was a great expression of that. Thank you all for engaging in that way. If you're seriously considering taking a year of doing this, which I hope you do, you will be supported in it. You may feel as though you're not sure which way to begin or where to start or what the next thing would be for your community. But there's lots and lots and lots of support for that, and we'll be rolling that out. It'll be coming your way. You can ask for it, but it also will come unsolicited. And speaking of stewardship, one of the great joys that we have as a diocese as a whole is to steward Camp Huron, the property, the place along Lake Huron just south of Bayfield, but also the network of people through generations that have been part of Camp Huron. I'm very grateful to the Reverend Jerry Adam, who has been the director for 25 some years, 26-ish, I don't know, we're not counting anymore, for the spiritual leadership there, but also the organizational leadership and the life of that camp and how it's a gem for so many people. So, Jerry, thank you. Come and speak to us about the camp.
Okay, the problem with, writing a text the night before is, and when you're later in the day, you just keep fixing it, so, Hello, friends. How's everybody doing? Are we hanging in? Okay, good. Well, let's talk a little bit about the camp. It's always an incredible joy and pleasure to share the good news of our diocesan camp, and I thank you all here and your parishes and individual donors for all of the support and encouragement that we get every year and for me over many years. With Synod now gathering in the fall, the focus of camp report seems to have shifted a bit from the May rallying call to sign up campers to more of the October how I, 35 staff, and 200 plus campers spent our summer vacation. Let's take a peek, Margaret. Sound? Oh, here. Well, thanks to, oh, go ahead. It's good, isn't it? That was created by former staffer Aidan Dawson, who's filmed a lot of short content, so watch for an update to a more dynamic website that moves a bit. And that's a slower version of a shorter one he did. And I said, that's going to give Synod an upset tummy, so please slow it down. It was still pretty fast, wasn't it? That was all done on an iPhone. So watch for more content and things that you can show your families about what happens at camp. I have so many things, so many highlights, so I'll try to do these quickly. Every 4 years, we go through a process of re-accreditation with the Ontario Camps Association. And once again, we met all the requirements to remain members in good standing. The OCA signals that we are a healthy and safe place for kids. While I might be charged with filling out the paperwork, and there's tons, the staff and the campers who show us off to the accreditor, proudly touring them around the camp. So it's their camp, and I just get out of the way, and it was a really wonderful experience this year. You saw in the video the kids oohing and awing over the volcano experiments, part of our STEM program that was developed by Zach Shields, who's in the room here somewhere. Yes, thank you. Hooray, Zach. So this is its 3rd year, and our programmer, Carter, was able to add a whole astronomy session because for once the sky was clear for a few nights. It was great. And so we were able to really use this telescope that the Royal Astronomical Society built for us back before the pandemic. A really great addition to the program. Lily Ryan developed a nature program that saw the planting of a pollinator garden and a grove of trees, 6 in total. It's our vision that these trees will one day be a shady space set apart where a group can hide and play and hear stories and pray. Thanks to Christopher Pratt for pointing us in the direction of the Communion Forest, an international project initiated by the Lambeth Conference. So Camp Huron likes to do some global stuff as well. Alongside Hope visited this summer, and Heather Wilkes Jenkins and Sue McLeod introduced the campers, LITs, and staff to the Solar Suitcase Project. We might not know what kind of impact this presentation would have, but both this and the Communion Forest turn our gaze outwards to what is happening in our world and how we can make a difference, no matter how old we are. Ojibwe artist Red George spent a few days with us, bringing to life a painting commissioned in loving memory of Fatima Moore by her family. Tree of Life is a 4x8 piece that will hang in our indoor chapel, where it will be a source of learning, wonder, and inspiration for all who journey here for years to come. Thanks to Gray for putting that all together for us, and you got to come and see it. It's quite stupendous. Our LIT program, which we revamped last year, attracted 37 LITs who are potential staff, age 13 to 16, grade 8 to 11. We continue to raise our own staff. This is really important. Leaders who've already started to build trust and community amongst one another. We're thankful especially for the work of Kayla Nesbitt and her team, who over the past 2 summers really built the program from the ground up. I called Kayla the architect of the program. She's like in her 20s. In addition, she developed a mentorship program where first-year staff were paired with those who have been on staff for a while. New staff have someone, not just their supervisor, with whom they can check in, and experienced staff get to share their knowledge and build their confidence and help prepare them for future leadership opportunities, both at camp and beyond. And I don't know how many times I have seen the vocational light bulb go on at camp when young people go, I could do this. I could be a teacher. I think God is calling me to the priesthood. I think God is calling me to the law. Camp is making just really wonderful people. Mums, dads, uncles, aunts, friends, the whole thing. Our inaugural day program introduced us to 18 new campers, some of whom now have the confidence, or maybe it's their parents, to sign up for the overnight program next summer. We'll see how that goes. We really expect that this is something people are interested in, especially local people, where they can drop their kids. And we do not run a concurrent current program, we put them right in cabin groups, so they're getting the full experience, but just going home at night. The 2025 Say Yes to Kids campaign in support of Camp Huron raised $23,083. About $1,000 of that, oh, thank you. $1,000 of that went to pay for the trees, and the rest to camper bursaries. Michelle tells me that 54 donors contributed and 3 parishes, and in that $23,000 is a $10,000 donation from our ACW. So thank you to our ACW supporters. Michelle also tells us that the program, over the 3 years it's been running, we have been the recipients of about $47,000, which we have put to very good use. And we're thankful for the Anglican Foundation and also for our diocesan rep and champion, Diane Dance. Camp Huron Alumni Gives Back held its second weekend last spring, where a number of self-funded projects were tackled, including an ambitious upgrade to our visitor washrooms. I promise that one day I will get through a camp report without talking about bathrooms. Thanks to former camper, former staff member, and now camp parent Lisa Boat for her tireless work to bring this far-flung group together. Momentum and enthusiasm is growing so much so that we just met this week to plan a number of events for next summer. Camp's 80th anniversary, including a reunion at one of our Saturday Eucharists, a work weekend, and possibly an adult camp experience. So maybe there's wine and cheese with the crafts, I'm not sure. We haven't figured that out yet. We're also playing with the idea of organizing a fundraiser like, let's buy 80 new mattresses for 80 years. Is Mark Charlton in the house? Mark, I don't think anybody will be stuffing the mattresses with cash, but we won't say no to that. And if we get 180 mattresses, that will actually be too many, but we'll take as many mattresses. So watch to see what crazy fun fundraiser they come up for our 80th anniversary. Can you imagine 80 years of camp, 80 years of gathering in the beauty and wonder of God's creation? 80 years, that's some good news. Now, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the camp has certainly experienced some highs and lows, and is in a place where we have been strategizing its continued life, its bigger life, its more life, offering outdoor experience for children and youth, offering that first summer job to our young adults. That's a real ministry. And a place not only where we can do discernment and leadership development for all ages, but a place of recreation, respite, and relaxation, a place set apart, a thin place of reflection and prayer. A new development officer will be hired very soon, and we will get back on track after a little bit of a breather over the summer. Here's a call to action. We have, and so remember I said the rallying call in May? Well, we're rallying now, friends. We have 8 months, an 8-month runway to our 80th season. Can we find 80 new campers? What would happen, or maybe 180 new campers? What would happen if each and every one of us found one kid? Too many kids? What a problem to have. Please look forward to further updates about the camp and about our strategies working towards having the shoulder seasons help fund the beautiful camp ministry we have alongside children and youth. And if you have questions or thoughts, please reach out to me. My business card is out on the camp table with some other goodies. Now more than ever, kids need camp. They need to get off screens, go outside. Post-pandemic, and yes, it's still a thing, kids need other kids to play with, to argue with, to make amends, to stand up for themselves and one another, to take risks, to be themselves, to ask questions, to wonder and ponder, and just to be. We're going to end with another short video recorded at our Thursday night camp entertainment. Typically an hour and a half of laugh fest of silly skits and dumb jokes. Noel Coward, it is not. Until our second year July LITs got up and told everyone they were going to perform a song they wrote after their journey session with our chaplain, Chris Travers. During his very fearless Ask Me Anything session, They wanted to know, where's heaven? Is it a place we go? He talked to them about, the medieval depictions of, the cosmos, the earth is the floor, and the sky is the ceiling, and heaven floats above, and, that's where God lives, way far away from us, right? Well, no, they started talking about the kingdom of God being here, the reign. One quick P.S. There's a paraphrase of Romans 5:1-5 by Eugene Peterson in the Message. We can't round up enough containers to hold everything God generously pours into our lives through the Holy Spirit. We can't round up enough containers. Let us dig deep and consider and ponder and pray and give as we are able to this essential ministry alongside our children and youth, so that it continues 80 more years and beyond. Thank you to everyone who supports our camp ministry in the name of Jesus, who welcomed, blessed, and served little ones. Amen.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Reverend Ken Brooks to come up and join. College of Deacons announcement. Looks like we got some containers.
So the College of Deacons are here to announce the results of the grocery card drive for this year and other good news. And so this is Pat Henderson. Deborah, come on up. Can I? Chaplain. The chaplains with Scott and, or Deborah, you might. Matt Martin, do you want to come up? Roll. Hi, Deborah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like you to turn and just say thank you to the person next to you. Could you do that? And that is thank you for your ministry. Thank you for your generosity in supporting the College of Deacons program this year. We're gathering together gift cards that'll be presented to Paul's Place, Huron College, Canterbury College, and Renison. And we have some representatives of those groups, and if they would, I would love it if they would just tell me just one or two sentences about what this means to them to receive these cards.
Well, I can say last year we had several students who needed help and were able to approach me confidentially and share their story, and I was able to provide them with these gift cards, and it was such a relief to them. And if you could see the peace and the comfort in their eyes when we're able to do this, you would realize how important you are to them, and all of you here are responsible for making their days much brighter. So thank you for that. And just while I'm up here, I would also like to thank St. James Westminster for donating a lot of canned goods to Huron over the last year as well. So thank you very much, all of you.
My name's Kevin. Wow. Okay. I work for Paul's Place, and I'd like to thank everybody that's donated all the gift cards. It helps out families and individuals that are struggling on the street, so I'd like to thank you.
Very similar to what Matt said. Try not to get emotional. The impact in having those one-on-one conversations with those students and students of all ages who are in need, and they're coming in under some pretty difficult circumstances. And so you're empowering that ministry, and you're empowering that opportunity to spread some of the generosity and actually make physical, tangible differences. I mean, it might not be life-changing, but when people are hungry and that's what they're looking for, it certainly changes a day, a week, a month. So just know that it's having a huge impact, even though it might not be a result that you can see. It's something that we are privileged to see on our ministry. So thank you so much for your generosity.
Hi, it's me again. I apologize for that. Cynthia had to run away, and so I'm stepping in big shoes. I know from some of the stories that she tells me and from the stories I hear from students that these gift cards honestly change lives in really profound ways. When you're hungry and you don't have any resources, when you're trying to study, when you're trying to make a better life for yourself but you can't afford to eat, how do you do that? So what you do in these little times have actually proven to our students, most of whom at Canterbury are international students who are coming from places where war is taking over their areas, where they've watched their families and friends die. And so knowing that there are people out there who don't even know them but care means the world. So thank you very much from Canterbury.
On a final note, I just want to thank our bishop for supporting the College of Deacons and all of you lifting up new deacons in the future. We look forward to seeing new deacons in the future. And thank you for the deacons who supported this today, counting cards, receiving cards, collecting cards over the last several months. Much appreciated. May God bless you as much as you've blessed us. We have a slide of how much we've received today. Had it up ages ago. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to the deacons for being deacons. And here's Dan.
More money coming towards the Deacons Project.
Hello, Synod. If you haven't met me, my name is Daniel Boyer, and I serve at All Saints in Waterloo. And I also serve as the team chaplain for the professional basketball team in KW, the Titans. and I'm thankful to the deacons for the invitation to announce the winners of our silent auction for 2 courtside tickets and our raffle for 4 lower bowl tickets. And I'm thankful for that, not just because you're going to get to come to a game, but also because I have been asked to bring greetings, if I had the opportunity, from our owners, David and Kate Schooley, who happen to be Anglicans, which is wonderful, and I didn't know that when this ministry began. You might be thinking it's a little weird that a basketball team has a chaplain, but I will tell you the pastoral need there is massive. It really is, and I can give you more details about that if you are so inclined to hear them. But let's get on with announcing the winner of our silent auction for 2 courtside tickets is Mary Hunt. So congratulations to Mary. And it's never a good idea to put the bishop on the spot, but I'm going to do that. Bishop, would you help us draw our winner for the lower bowl tickets, please? Okay, our winning ticket for 4 lower bowl passes to a regular season game. Everybody got tickets? Have them out, ready? Okay. 2, 1, 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. The winner is 2, 1, 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do we have a winner?
Yay.
Hey! All right. So that's wonderful. I would invite our winners to see Trish Taylor, our governance coordinator, who will have your vouchers. Thank you for this. And very briefly, I know I can get verbose. I'm working on it. When I attend the games and when I work with the guys, I think about the fact that church is there, and it's the weirdest place and the last place you might think that church is. But please know that, like, it's not about me. Church is even with professional athletes in our diocese, and it's an honor to carry out that ministry. So thank you all.
It's a lot of gratitude for all of these ministries, and to get a glimpse of them is really important. We also now are going to get a glimpse of some of the people who have engaged in ministry who have taken retirement. So there's a video that's going to show us that. very much for that. Item 45 is Bishop's concurrence, where I give my concurrence to all the motions that were carried, which I do so now. All the motions carried in this synod. And we'll go to the honorary secretaries, to Valerie, for any announcements and votes of thanks.
Not quite. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay. The AFP table would like to congratulate Sandy Shirk on winning this lovely book that they have over there. So please, Sandy Shirk, please stop into the AFP table. When you are leaving, please take your name tag off and deposit it in the boxes by the doors. Wonderful way to recycle, for sure. Our popular report would be written by Brent Crissa. It will be posted to the website by the end of the week. And yes? Okay, a little reaction there. Following synod, there'll be a short evaluation emailed out to all delegates, so please watch for it, and when you see it, take a moment. It really helps Synorg to know exactly what worked, what didn't work, and particularly this year, as we have so many new things, we're really counting on your feedback for that. So thank you. And that's the announcements.
Thank you, Valerie, and it is my pleasure to offer votes of thanks to a number of folks that have made this synod such a success. First of all, to Bishop Todd and Jim Ferguson at the head table for leading us through these sessions, for being flexible and yet firm so that we get through the day and out on a good time. Thanks to you both. As well as to Archdeacon Tanya Phibbs and Archdeacon Stephen Facci from Church House for all of the behind-the-scenes work that they do to keep the diocesan synod working throughout the year. As well to Tricia Taylor, our governance coordinator at Church House. Tricia is absolutely the behind-the-scenes person that pulls all of these pieces together and sews this into today's book. Val and I have the privilege of co-chairing the Synod Organizing Committee that meets throughout the year to look at your evaluations that you're going to be invited to complete shortly in the next couple of days, and to look at those kinds of things and to work with the Synod Organizing Committee to make sure that this event is improved every single year and that we take into account the things that are necessary to make it better and also make it work for our diocese. So thank you to the Synod Organizing Committee, as well as our amazing tech team that has allowed us today to be able to be heard and to see the presentations, to Davor and to Margaret Walker up behind the computer on the stage, and the PA shop who work in the background to make sure that all of this happens. We give our thanks.
Thank you, Scott. And where would we be without the wonderful staff here at St. Paul's Cathedral, all of those who help us host this event? Special thanks to them. Thanks as well to the Reverend Joanne. Yes, let's stop and say thank you. I think we worked them hard today, but it was wonderful. And we thank also the Reverend Joanne Todd and the Reverend B.J. Dunbar, who were our Eucharistic leaders today. We thank Lawrence Williams, Synod musician. Isn't that extraordinary? That was wonderful. Our thanks go as well, of course, to our faith witnesses, Pam Fulton and Michelle Hughes. And again to Brent Crissa, who will be the author of the popular report. That's no easy task, putting that all together. That's wonderful. We have thanks as well for the Huron Church House staff and for all of the ministries of the diocese that we have heard about and participated in so many different ways. Thank you each and every one.
I'd like to add my thanks to all those people as well, and also to our secretaries of Synod, Valerie and Scott, for your dedication to this and your tremendous expertise in it as well. Thank you so very much to both of you. To our Synod sponsors and the Reverend Brendan Bedford, who helped us collect some sponsors this year, we want to definitely say thanks to Ecclesiastical Insurance for a very generous donation to help us with the costs of this meeting, and to the Kitchener-Waterloo Titans, as Dan has let us know more about them, and of course to Canterbury College, Huron University College, and Renison University College for all they do, but also for the sponsorship of our refreshments at the beginning, middle, and afternoon of the day. And yes. Finally, I'd like to invite the Reverend Tiana Goken to come up and join me. Remember to put in your calendar, if you expect to be a delegate to Synod next year, October 23 and 24. We'll be meeting again just less than a year from now. So I invite you to rise in body or spirit for a blessing and a dismissal. The Reverend Carrie Irwin, or Archdeacon Carrie Irwin, was to give us the sending home in place of our Dean Kevin George, but she had to leave earlier in the day for a pastoral emergency in Windsor, so is traveling. So to all of you who have given your lives as a gift to the work of our diocese, thank you very much for your time and your talents and your treasure, for our blessings on the way home. Now, may God bless you in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.
Let us go in peace to love and serve the risen Lord.
Before you clap, I'd like to make this motion, be it resolved that the proceedings of the 186th Synod of the Diocese of Huron be adjourned.
All in favor. Thank you, everyone. God bless. We're going to sing a hymn. How Shall I Sing? Go hit it, Lawrence.
Does this one work? Hi, folks. Oh, whoa. There we are. Hi, everyone. And I just wanted to say a big thank you to all of you for your lusty singing over the last couple of days. It was superb. Thank you. This is a bit of a tricky sell because I know you all want to get home. But since the theme is Stewards of the Gift, I wanted to gift you a new hymn. So if you give me 2 minutes of your time, we will learn a new tune that you can take home. Are we all okay with that? Just 2 minutes? I promise we'll get there. Thank you. I just need to say a quick other thing. We are doing an even song here on the 16th of November. I have posters. Some of them are on your table. If you are a priest in the diocese or a lay person representing, please could you take one on your way out and put it up? That would be really, really helpful. Right, here we go. A 2 minute quick let's learn a new tune. That's how that one doesn't work. There we are. Yeah, would you mind? I think that's back on. Sorry, everyone. It's the worst sound in the world, that, isn't it? Right. Can we get some words, please? Or the next slide, whichever. There we are. Right, if you read music, great. And if you don't, best of luck. So I'll sing it and we can sing it back. How shall I sing that majesty and go? How shall which angels do admire and go? Which angels do... Right, let's just get the whole of that line down and then you've learnt a quarter of it. Quarter on the way to home. And one... Oh, can we go back one? Back one. Thank you. And 1, 2, 3. How shall I sing that majesty which angels do admire? Great, let's have the next one, thank you. Let dust in dust and silence lie, and go. Let dust. This is my favorite bit of the hymn. Sing, sing, ye heavenly choir. Go. Sing, sing. Let's get that line down. So the whole of that line. Let dust. 1, 2, 3. Let dust. You're halfway to home. Here we go. 1 minute left. Next one. Thank you. Thousands of thousands stand around. Here, 1, 2, 3. Thy throne, O God most high, thy throne, O God. Now, I realise that's a lot to take in one go. So we go back 2 slides. We're going to get ourselves to there, and then you'll be so energised to learn that last line. Here we go. Let's sing everything we can remember up to there. Well done, everyone. And 1, 2, 3. Lovely, and then the last bit, 10,000 times, because any good Anglican hymn gets going and then has the best bit on the last line. 10,000 times, 10,000 times. Let's do that one more time, 1, 2, 3. 10,000 times. Oh, sorry, everyone. Thy praise. But who? It's a little bit tricky one there. Thy praise, but who? Good, let's do the whole of that line. 10,000. 1, 2, 3. Great. We'll do the first verse with me helping you at the piano, and then I'll run to the organ, and we'll finish off the others with a tube. But this is my gift for you to be stewards of. Here we go, that first verse from the piano, and 1, 2, 3. Good, fantastic everyone. So, I'm going to run to the organ over here, and I promise you this is one of the best hymns you've ever done in your life, if you've never done it.